Hey guys, can you hear me? Is my audio working? Hello, hello. Can anybody hear me? All right, guys. Let me know if the audio or the video starts acting wonky. I'm set at a lower bit rate than normal. So if things start going off, I'll increase the bit rate if need be, but I'll probably have to pause the live stream to do that. So I'm waiting for Attila. And until then, welcome to DConf Online 22. I'm not excited to be back. I've been busy the last few days editing videos, but I am happy. I am happy that we're back. I think we've got some good talks this year. We had some last minute shuffling of the schedule. And I think everything is set and I think everything's ready. Tomorrow we have the workshop with Brian Callahan, and my original understanding of that was that it was going to be one video and we were going to set it up as a premiere with a live chat, but it's 15 videos. They're short videos. Most of them are between 10 to 15 minutes. A couple are about 20 minutes. But it's a good little workshop. He put a lot of work and effort into it, and I think people are going to enjoy it, especially those who are relatively new to the D programming language or who have never programmed a compiler or an assembler. But we're going to, we've changed our plans a little bit because we have 15 videos. We're going to extend the day 2 live stream. So when Brian finishes his talk, it's the last talk of the day tomorrow, I'm going to keep the live stream running. And then we're going to have a little watch party, I guess, except probably without the party part. But I'm going to keep the live stream running. And on my system, I'll run the workshop videos, the whole playlist from beginning to end. And Brian will be, everybody can watch it in the live stream. And Brian will be there in the live stream chat to answer any questions while people are watching it. So, of course, you don't have to watch the videos in the live stream if you don't want to ask Brian any questions. You can watch the workshop videos at your own leisure. But if you want to ask Brian questions, he'll be there. Thanks for the confirmation, Brian. So I will repeat all of that tomorrow, but I just wanted to give everybody a good heads up. So today we've got Attila first. He should be here within the next few minutes, I hope. I haven't heard from him yet, so I can't be 100% sure. And then that's supposed to be followed by Max. Max Houghton. He has a talk on differentiable programming in D, and I have to tell you, that is a pretty good talk. If you are a fan of calculus, you're going to feel right at home. But if you're like me, you're going to be scratching your head. We have Robert Shattuck with another DConf Online talk. I think Robert, I haven't counted them up yet, but I think Robert may be our most prolific DConf speaker. He's spoken at several DConfs and all 3 DConf Onlines now, I believe. His talk is about Faker.js and his D library based on it. Then Dennis Corpel was not on the original schedule when I first published it. He was my standby, and it turned out we needed him. And he's giving his first DConf Online talk today at 17:30 UTC on translating C to D. It's a really good talk. That's a topic that's near and dear to my heart. And then we have the Ask Us Anything. And that's where Walter and Attila, as everybody who has seen the Ask Us Anything knows, will take your questions. And we're ending the day at 2015 UTC with another live coding session from Adam Rupa. I still don't know exactly what he's doing. He's hinted at what he might do, but he hasn't told me definitively what he's doing. So I'll leave it to him to surprise you. And I also want to say that two of the talks today, Max's talk and Robert's talk, they're quite short. So I adjusted the schedule a little bit after Robert's talk so that we could have more time for the Ask Us Anything. But I kept the schedule the same after Max's talk, so we'll probably have a longer break there depending on how long the Q&A session goes. So that's our lineup for today. Which talk are you guys most interested in seeing today? Anyone you're looking forward to most? Nobody? Nobody's looking forward to anything? Well, I can't say I'm looking forward to any of them because I've seen them all already. Some of them more than once. But all of the talks are pretty good this year. All right. Where are you, Attila? The C to D talk, Brian. Yeah, that's a good talk too. It's a good topic and a good talk. Dennis did a really good job on the video and the content. We should get you in here to do a DConf Online talk one of these days, Ricky. And Walter, always the diplomat. Looking forward to all of them. Okay, so Attila's not here yet. Usually this is the part where he would introduce his talk and himself. I don't need to introduce him to you guys. We don't have too many viewers right now, and everybody here knows him, so I don't have to introduce him to you. But the talk was pretty interesting this year. He has a reflection library called Mirror, and the title of his talk, Mirror, Mirror on the Wall, which language has the best introspection of all? That's a leading question. Of course, the answer to that, Attila's answer to that, and I guess our answer to that is D. But he talks about his library and how it simplifies using reflection in D. And I was really, I'm always, one thing Attila does is he's good at naming things. I think he has some good projects with good names. I'm terrible at naming things, but I like that Mirror. That's a great name for a reflection library. I wish he were here. Yes, and the Q&A, the questions. This year, if you might have seen in the forums, we're doing it differently. I'll give you the email later during the Q&A session, but I want you to email your questions if you want to be eligible for a prize. You'll email your questions to a specific email address, qna@dlang.org. And that's only during the Q&A session that you have to do that. If you're hanging out in the live stream during the talk for some reason and you want to ask anything, feel free to go ahead and do it in the chat. And if you want to ask anything in the talks chat box, go ahead and do it there. That's fine. But during the Q&A session, if you want to be eligible for a prize, we want you to email your questions this year with the name of the questions target in the subject line, and the body containing just the question and the handle you want me to address you by in the live stream in case you win the prize. You only have to ask one question in the by email to be eligible for the prize. You can ask further questions in the live stream if you want to, but you'll have to, we ask that you prepend them with capital Q, capital N, capital A, colon. That way they stand out in the live stream chat. The talk Q&A sessions, the post-talk Q&A sessions, those aren't usually very busy. So it's easy to see the questions as they come in. But the Ask Us Anything session with Walter and Attila, that's going to be, if it's anything like last year, it can get really confusing. I had such a hard time following the questions last year. And, Razvan was in the live stream with us and he was trying to help me out and we just kept missing them. So that's why we're doing it this way this year. During the Ask Us Anything, all of the questions should come in via email. We won't be taking questions via the chat because we don't want to be in that same situation. Okay, Attila's talk is beginning soon. If you don't have it up already, here is the link. And there's Attila. Can you hear me, Attila?
Problems with my headset here. Hang on.
Okay, I heard you now. Hello, Larry. And there he is. We have Attila. All right.
It's dark here.
Yeah, I bought a ring light just for this. My house is dark. I have the whole house to myself. My wife went to her mother's house, her hometown. My niece is staying somewhere else. My wife's brother is off at work, so I'm all alone with the dogs. So I got this one little ring light in my face. All right, and the title countdown has begun. The video will kick off in just a minute. Let me mute it here. Do you have your video open, Attila, in another tab?
I have another tab here, yeah.
Go ahead and open that up, and if any questions come in there, you can answer them in the chat box there. So I've already introduced your talk for you, so you don't need to do that. So everybody, if you're here in the live stream, please go ahead and tab over to the link I posted earlier and watch Attila's talk. And he and I will keep chatting here. Where did the weird countdown things come from? Is that a YouTube feature? Yes, that is a YouTube feature. They put that on all of the premiere videos. By default, they're set to 2 minutes, but I think that's pretty silly, so I put them down to 1 minute. I don't see a way to disable them. But I try to pick a different one for each talk. It would make more sense to me if they started 1 or 2 minutes before the scheduled start time of the talk instead of playing it at the scheduled start time. But it is what it is. So, all right, the talk has started. So if you're in the live stream, please get over there. You can watch the Q&A session, the whole chat that we're having. You can watch it later after DConf. All right, Attila, how are you doing, man?
I'm sleepy because it's 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
Where I am.
Yeah. It's 11 p.m. where I am, and I've been editing videos all day. So
I see.
Oh man, it went down to the wire this time. It was fun. Still not finished actually. So I was interested in the topic of this talk. Um, Reflection and introspection is something that back in my Java days, I really thought, were the bee's knees. Java did that really well. Um, Runtime reflection, of course. Uh, what what prompted you to put this library together? Mirror.
It was an idea by Andre originally, actually, from a few years ago,
Hmm.
and then an email out asking about my work and reflection. And then I started writing it then, and it's kind of been dormant since then. And I decided to pick it back up for DConf Online. But
Hmm.
it wasn't my idea.
So, are you employing that in production at Symmetry, or is this just a side project? Or
Yes. Because we do need to call decode from Python, and we also have our own internal language that calls a lot of decode itself. And so we're using the library I'm talking about on the talk mirror to be able to do that
Mhm.
because a lot of what was done before was very manual, very boilerplate, and so I replaced it with the library because it's a lot better.
Mm. Well, I think an obvious question for this, given that your library is a convenience thing to make these metaprogramming, well, reflection and introspection easier, is there an argument for having that kind of stuff in Phobos?
Yeah, I think it's. Well, I knew where the question was going, but I do think that. But I don't think it's ready right now. I haven't even finished it.
Mhm.
This stuff that's not there yet. For instance, there's no way to get EDAs from the CTFE version,
Mm.
and I think I just need to go through the underscore traits page and SD traits and basically make sure that all of that is there. Uh, the metaprogramming part is easier because as soon as you have a symbol, if there's anything missing, then whatever it is that we have currently in the language or the library will work. Because if I have a function symbol, for instance, I can still get the parameters or something like that.
Mm.
Whereas the CFE version, not so much. It has to be there explicitly.
So this is a goal that you have for the library to get it into Phobos, or is it just a possibility?
No, it's a goal. It's definitely a goal, but I just need to do the work. The other problem as well is the API what we want,
Mm.
because implementations don't matter unless they do.
Hmm.
I like to see, and the API is really the most important thing. And I think what's in there is good, but it's hard to say right now if this is the way things should look like or not. And that has to happen before I can even think about putting it into Phobos, because once it does go into there, it's basically locked in.
Well, yeah, you did mention in the talk that this you're treading new ground here. You don't have any prior art to work from. So, how many people are using it within Symmetry? Is it just you, or other people?
Well, we used to get via another dub package called UltraApp, so directly nobody, just me, that I know in Symmetry anyway.
Yeah, because I mean that would be a good test of the interface if to see what other people are thinking.
Yeah, yeah. But UltraApp is made also to make people's lives easier. So in a way, it's good that nobody even knows what's behind it,
Yeah, yeah. So,
because it's supposed to be here's some decode, make it callable from any other language, and it just works.
what was your inspiration for the interface?
Whatever's most natural and easy. One of the problems with what we have right now is it's neither. As I mentioned in the talk at one point, if I want to loop over all the functions in the module or all the types or anything like that, I have to go traits, all members, and then the module. And those are strings. And then I have to go traits, get member on it or mix it in. But even that isn't as simple as it sounds because, well, you have private members and they'll show up, but you can't actually look at them. And if you try to, your code won't compile. And so you have to somehow try to see if it's private or not. Go past that. And then if you're looking at function, you need to filter, is this a function or not? And none of those things are trivial. So I got tired of having to do that myself, and so the interface makes it so I don't have to.
Mm.
So like, here's a module, give me all the functions. And then even giving me all the functions, as mentioned in the talk, is not as simple as all that, because depending on what you're doing and what you want, you might actually want an overload set per entry, or you might want to flatten it out and have all of the overloads. And I've wanted both things. And multiple times when I've done other reflection work in other code, I've forgotten that overloads exist. So give me all the functions. Okay. And then you don't loop over the overloads and don't deal with them. And then, issues on GitHub and have to fix it. And so here is explicit one way or the other. You select whether or not you want to loop by overload set or by function symbol, and you can't forget.
Ethan, it's good to see you in the live stream chat, and I'm glad you're still a moderator. I was thinking in the back of my head, who am I going to make into a moderator? But since you're here, you can kill all the spam for us. If you're around all day, if you leave, let me know, please. And if I guess it applies to the whole channel, so if you can do the same thing in the chats for the videos, that would be cool too. All right. Well, I've never talked to you about this before, I think, but are you doing any hobby projects, any side projects outside of work? I think most of the projects I've seen you released have been related in some way to your work, but do you ever do anything besides hang around the Swiss Alps and drink wine?
I do that too. I started something a while back, but I haven't touched it in a while, which is just playing around with a tiny little language that would be jitted. And the reason why I wanted to do that, the language is going to look a lot like D, is I wanted to explore having unit tests run basically at CTFE, but with a different engine. Mm-hmm. It's only running what you need to do. So what I was interested in, and still am, is what is the fastest way to go from, I've changed the codes to run all the relevant unit tests, please. So it's a combination of a parsing, but then after that, actually running the code, because obviously for the code itself to run the fastest possible, you compile it to machine code, which is what we do now. But a lot of that time is spent on things that don't take that much to execute anyway, at least especially the way I write code. And so what would be the fastest solution to the whole problem? All I care about is run my tests. I want to get the feedback loop. And I haven't been doing that for a while, but I really do want to explore what would be the fastest way to run tests, because by the time it gets to producing a binary, and especially in release mode, I'm bored now. It's just not what I'm interested in. Mm.
Yeah, your threshold for compile times is infamous.
Yeah. So I was working on that for a while, but I've been too busy with everything else to actually do anything. I really want to get those preview switches, all of them, done, basically. I think that's the most important thing now.
Well, the reason I ask about personal projects is because I was wondering if you're using any of the libraries and the tools that you've developed, in your own stuff.
I usually do. There's a reason why I wrote them in the first place. For instance, I always use unit threaded. I start a project, I start writing a unit test with it. So I usually do use my own code, because otherwise, why did I write it in the first place?
Yeah.
I mean, it's usually because I wrote the libraries to help me out or make my life easier. I sometimes joke that I do anger-driven development, and so to make me angry, I go write some code to make it go away.
What's the biggest challenge or problem or headache you've had recently with any of this project or anything else you've been working on?
Templates.
That's it. Expand.
Well, some of it's in the talk. compile times and also linker problems. So compile times obviously means that it takes too long to compile, and then there's some implementation issues with linker problems because of the lack of template emission with regards to the symbols.
Well, forgive me in advance
It
if I
doesn't
ask.
link.
Forgive me in advance if I ask too many questions that you cover in the
Yeah,
talk.
no, no, it's fine. I mean, that's what I didn't wake up this early for nothing, right?
Yeah. And now I've forgotten what I was going to ask. Oh yeah, the are we any closer to fixing those linker problems? As I understand it, somebody identified what the issue was with templates linking issues.
I don't know because the thing is with these types of questions in the D community, it's always well, who's going to do it?
Yeah, but I mean, the problem was identified, right? Something to do.
Yeah, we have some issues filed. John Colvin I was just talking to him yesterday about this. Has a very interesting bug that's in Bugzilla,
Mm-hmm.
and it's got to do with reflection as well. And it's basically you look at this code and you go, does it compile? And the compiler goes, yes. And then you try to instantiate it, and then it doesn't work. It doesn't fail. So the code is bad. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But if it compiles, the compiler thinks it does, and then if you try to instantiate, things just go wrong. Whereas if you don't do traits compiles, it fails correctly.
Hmm.
And it's got to do with templates too. And I tried fixing that bug and I ended up giving up because it's way too complicated.
I just realized what I was thinking of was Martin's pet peeve about the order of imports affecting the linker. That's what I was thinking.
I wasn't even aware of that.
Yeah, apparently it's something that they ran into at Symmetry. You just remove an import or put it in a different location, and it can cause linker issues. But that was the one that they identified the problem with. I believe it was Max who was involved with that. You, as I recall, you seemed rather pleasantly surprised about the performance of the mix-in code in the examples you gave. Were you expecting them to be slower? I guess you were, since you were surprised by that.
I didn't really think about it. It's just like I was working on it and suddenly, wait, this feedback loop is a lot nicer than I expected for some reason. I just didn't think about it. Maybe in the back of my head is oh, I'm doing reflection. It's going to take a while to compile and something. And the weird thing about that too is one thing I didn't mention in the talk. The CTFE / mixin version of reflection and mirror actually depends on template because that's how I know how to do things, and I might change that later and we can speed it up a little bit more.
I guess that's Adam, Destructionator 17 in the live stream chat. He says order of imports is a common problem. It's DMD's #1 category of bugs. I didn't realize
Interesting.
that. Well, you also talked about the problem with mix-ins is debugging them.
Yeah, I I don't really know what to add to that though because I mean I've used mixins before.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my first time, but it's a problem I only really encountered doing this and basically in the last couple of weeks. And so question I put up in the talk, but I don't really have an answer to it yet. Only just discovered it myself, and even then I didn't super duper discover it. I had some bugs. I printed out the code, and then I realized it's slightly large. Not by large, I mean 50 lines. Imagine when it's 2,000.
Yeah, and I guess if this becomes a common thing, doing reflection with mix-ins, we're going to need a way to get the debugging done. And hello Robert, good to see you here. Yeah, I think I talked to you about this before. How I did an OpenGL binding years ago. One of my iterations of Derelict, completely using mix-ins. The you could choose a compile time if you wanted the free functions, or if you wanted to wrap them all up in a struct interface and eliminate the leading GL. So you would have like GL dot, capital G, capital L dot clear or whatever. And it worked well. It did have an impact on compile times, but this was years ago. And I know that since then, there was work, I believe, on mixins to make them faster. But the big problem I ran into was that when doing the struct wrappers, for some reason, the compile would hang. And as I recall, it would complete after 10 minutes or so. But doing the free function configuration, it was fine. It would just mix into free functions and you're done. But doing the struct configuration, it would hang. And I had mix-ins over multiple modules. I tried to keep them, localized, but I still had them everywhere. And I had I couldn't begin to guess how to solve that problem. So what kind of tooling do you think we need, or should it be built into the compiler? Should we have something external? How can we solve that problem?
I think it needs to be built into a compiler, because otherwise it's going to be harder. I mean, Walter's talked many times about some of our successes being the fact that things are built in, like unit tests, like documentation. And so I think it needs to be built into the compiler, but I don't know exactly what should be built into the compiler, because I don't have any frame of reference for this. This is so new, so unique to D that people don't usually write code that generates code with strings. This is a very D thing to do. So for sure, I don't even know how to organize the code right now, and I've been looking at the code I've written, and it's not pretty. But what to do with it, I'm not sure. Like, what should I do? It's going to take some creativity because it's new.
I wonder, any of you currently watching the live stream, are you using string mix-ins, and how you're using them? Are you using them extensively, or just for simple configurations? And are you finding any issues that you need to debug with them? I'd be curious to know that. I'm sure Attila would too. Maybe. Yep. Ethan says bindaroo is basically all string mix-ins at this point. Yeah, I wonder, Ethan, have you run into any issues that you wish you had a debugger for, a string mix-in debugger? I recall somebody, capital YESS, capital Y, capital E, capital SSSSS. Adam uses them to maintain compatibility across compiler versions. And
it was funny, having used string mixins before, how fast things kind of broke down, because the first version was like, right, I need to, create these functions. That was fine. But as soon as I started adding things and the code started growing, that's when it became unwieldy. I didn't show the worst code in the slides, and on purpose, because it doesn't even fit. And it doesn't even do that much now. So imagine when it does. And the other thing that I think is an issue is that it's code that isn't code because it's strings. At least for templates, it's real code. You can basically use all the tools you know about already to refactor the code. I'm going to refactor this bit into its own function. And although you can do that with strings, like I'm going to factor this bit into its own function that returns a string, putting everything together is still bizarre and weird and doesn't look nice.
Ethan said he's talked about this in his talks before. I should go back and watch his talks again. And the best debugging we have right now for it is pragma message, but it's not good enough. Yeah. And
I was going to talk about pragma messages. It's not the environment code wants to live in, right? You have a terminal and then it spits out code. You have to copy and paste it somewhere for even syntax highlighting. So.
And Robert says he generates quite a lot of TypeScript at compile time. And then in a second step, the TypeScript transpiler tells him off. Well,
I will tell you off too, but it will point to code that's been generated.
yeah, Walter uses pragma message all the time for debugging, but Walter also uses printf, so he's used to it. Mm.
Yeah, right. The string's a separate D file, sure. I mean, but that's the thing. It's not automatic, right?
Mm.
I have to paste, save to D file. There you go.
How practical would it be to do that, to cache the mixins for the compiler to do that?
I don't know. That's the question for Walter.
Mm. Yeah. Too bad Walter's not in the live stream or in the Jitsi with us. Yeah, we could pick his brain on this.
He's in the
He's in the chat. He's in the chat. But yeah, that's. I'd love to hear him elaborate on this. Maybe we'll save that for the AUA later today. Yeah, you have. I did notice the reason I brought this up is because in the slides, your advantages of mixed-in based programming list was shorter than your disadvantages list.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
So that's why
I've noticed that, and I kept thinking, should I put some more advances in? But I couldn't think of any. Compiles faster, and this is regular programming. But that's already, the fact that there's fewer items doesn't necessarily mean it's not very good.
Right, I know.
Because it was liberating to just write regular functions. And as I mentioned there, I was very confused at one point because my brain just wanted to type static for each, and I don't need to.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to type enums and instead of variables. I went, oh, none of that matters.
Mm. Yeah,
everything else you want to do, contracts, asserts, whatever, everything just works. It's just like, oh yeah, you get a CTFE exception.
Well, this is a library I didn't know I wanted until I saw these slides. I really like that interface. So if there are options for interfaces in the future, right now I really like this one. I mean, it looks like Java's runtime reflection, basically. Working with...
Yeah, the RTTI part of it, which I actually forgot I'd written. I had to look at my code when I was writing the slides, and I went, what does this do? And I found this module, and it was called RTTI, and I went, I had to look at the test to understand what it was. And so that thing was very inspired by Java's runtime reflection. The thing is, I don't really have a use case for it, so I haven't used it. And that makes it hard for me to write the library, right? Because you can only do it well if you're using it for something real. And that I don't really have a use case. Although at Symmetry right now, we do have use cases because the language we have called Cell, it has plugins. And so you do load code at runtime rather. And it would be good to know what code is in there and what it does and that kind of thing. And we've done some custom RTTI stuff. So I was basically trying to recreate it here. And even in that case, I think there's a use case for runtime reflection because imagine you want to call decode from Python, but you don't have all of the decode. So some of it's in a shared library. And it would be good to be able to generate the bindings basically at runtime. Well, Python is at runtime anyway. And I've been doing some interesting tricks with that at Symmetry to be able to call our internal language still from Python. And instead of doing it at compile time, I'm doing everything at runtime. And because it's such a dynamic language, all of this works.
Well, there's a question in the video chat, not the live stream chat, the video chat from Steve. Is there going to be a focus on updating CTFE to be more performant? Even though it's faster than templates, it's still not as fast as it could be, e.g. new CTFE. So if you can answer if you could type a short answer there for him and then repeat it here in the chat.
In the YouTube chat?
Yeah, in the video, not the live stream, your talk video.
Oh, where's that?
Yeah. If you have the live stream chat open, I will post it there.
I do.
Okay. There, I've just posted it.
For some reason, it's been a while for me to see it. Every time you mention something, it's before for me.
Well, I can go ahead and paste it here then.
No, I've got it.
Okay. Yeah, that's the one I wanted you to open up, not the live stream.
Yeah, well, I didn't have any other,
Mm,
so.
my fault. Yeah, so just type a short answer there and repeat it here in the live stream. And if you have any more to
Mhm.
elaborate on,
I mean, basically the answer is hopefully, but the thing is also who's going to do it. The thing with new CTIP is it's not done. I know that Max
type. Yeah, it's
was
almost
talking
done.
to Stefan about finishing, and so um, again, the problem is who's going to finish it.
Right.
But well, bother Max, I guess.
Well, let's hope so. All right. The video has ended for me, and it's getting ready to boot me over to the live stream where I'm already at. So, uh, some of you may still be watching it, some of you may already be finished, but we are now officially in the Q&A time. So, I want to repeat. If you have a question and you want to be eligible for the prize drawing, please send your question to qa@dlang.org. I can't type in the dark. Here we go. Q&A@dlang.org. The target of the question in the subject, in this case, you probably want to ask Attila, but you can put my name if you have a question for me. And the question and the handle you want to be addressed by in the body. And if I get a question from you, I will ask Attila.
Well, you
And
not wanting to do string mixing stuff, and I kind of get it as well because in basically the last slide at the talk, I showed how things are cleaner with templates, really. And I still don't know how to replicate anything remotely resembling that with string mixins.
and you can ask questions in the live stream chat. And if you do that, put a capital Q, capital N, capital A, colon in front of the question so I can easily see it. And you know, we don't have a lot of viewers right now, so and I pretty much know everybody who's talked, so I think we can let the email requirement slide right now. I have most of your emails anyway, so if you want to go ahead and just ask the question in the live stream, that's fine. So I guess you know you I was saying earlier before you came to the live stream that you have a knack for naming libraries. Uh, I thought Mirror was just an excellent name for this reflection library.
It did take a while. It's not like it just comes to me. I just sat there thinking, right, what should I name this? What should I name this? And it took a minute of thinking before I got there.
Yeah, the libraries I've released, I named them in like 2 minutes. You know, like Derelict was, you know, I need a word. I want a word that starts with D because you know back in those days, you know, all the Java libraries started with J. So
Yeah,
why not? And that was the first thing that came to mind. So that's what I took.
that was a good name.
I liked it. Yeah, I liked it. But Bind BC was could have been better, I think. Do you have any? Okay, here we go. A question from Robert. Have you tried calling NumPy and or TensorFlow with your Python wrapper?
NumPy, yes. In fact, there have been tests in Autorap for NumPy, which I copied from, what's the name of the, PyD. So PyD had some tests for NumPy, and I wanted to make sure I could do exactly what PyD does at least. And so NumPy I have, yeah. TensorFlow, no.
Okay. Do you have any new projects on the horizon? Any new libraries in the back of your mind that you're planning to get to or that you'd like to get to when you have the time?
There's a lot of stuff I want to do. For instance, that idea of running unit tests as fast as possible kind of thing. I think that would be amazing. But I think in terms of priorities for the language, there's just a lot more that needs to be done first, which isn't in the slightest, but needs to be done.
All right, guys. Right now, Robert, since we're waiving the email requirement for this Q&A, Robert is the only contender for a prize. You're not going to let him walk away with it, are you? Ricky sent an email. Thank you, Ricky. Yes, you did. All right. Tilla, are you aware of how crazy expensive fully qualified name is? It doesn't work in Better C, and it's pretty high up along with RT Impl when printing template emissions.
I had no idea about any of that, and why?
Yeah, maybe you can. Do you have anything to point to, Ricky? Do you have like a, as Walter would say, a Bugzilla issue?
I'm not sure that's true, that the real WTF is ever using fully qualified name. For instance, with the string mixins, I think you basically have to. Otherwise, you're asking to run into problems with names that are the same, identifiers. So I made the decision to always use fully qualified names there, because that way they can't happen. First of all, because with the string mixins, you have to import the symbol somehow anyway. And so what came out most naturally was a static import and always using the fully qualified name to refer to a symbol. That way, you're never going to have a problem.
Okay, for the benefit of the future Q&A viewers, please repeat the chat questions that you're responding to. So I'll go ahead and do that now, so then in post I can fix it. What was it? Where was it? It was Adam, right? Yeah, here we go. The real WTF is ever using fully qualified name. It indicates your code is WTF. Yeah. And we have a question here from Steve. String interpolation. I'd love to see it happen. Have you and Walter talked about the proposal from John and Andre? And if we dragged that across the dip starting gate, how soon could we get it in?
We didn't talk about it because it's not finished. And at one point, Andre said it was very close to, and unfortunately, that was over a year ago. And so it really depends on the dip being finished. And that doesn't depend on us. But when Andre talked to me about it, apparently they had a really good idea, and I just haven't seen it. And it would be great if we did have it.
Okay, so we have an issue number 16495 on Bugzilla. I guess that's the template emissions that, or no, the fully qualified name that Ricky was talking about earlier.
Yeah, the fully qualified name as well,
yeah.
because something Ethan just brought up with regards to runtime scripting language binding would have to know the fully qualified name. I did something similar recently too, and I agree, because for instance, if you're calling decode from Python, for me anyway, the most natural way of that showing up in the Python namespace would have the D fully qualified name, maybe prefixed by something else like D dot, foo.bar. And so, and we're definitely doing that with SIL, because again, what else would make sense? You want to have those functions. Those functions are already namespace. Why would you take that way?
Okay, guys, I am waiving the email requirement right now, but if you could do me a favor and still put the Q&A next to any questions you ask, the capital Q, capital N, capital A, colon, it will really make it stand out for me. The text is really small here in the YouTube admin panel, the Livestream admin panel where I'm at. It's a little different than the Don Clugston, I think, at a previous DConf talked about how fully qualified name. Okay, they're still talking about fully qualified name. How horrible it was to implement.
What's that talk? I don't remember it.
Okay, any other questions?
Come on, guys, make it worth it that I woke up this early.
And that I'm staying up all night.
Yeah, that too.
I've got my fuel. Oh, there we go.
And
Yeah.
I need to wake up early tomorrow for the World Cup final too. So
All right, here's a question from George. Mix-ins inside mix-ins, do they work?
yes,
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
but as I asked in the talk, should we do that? Not sure.
Okay, George, I don't know offhand who you are. So if I don't have your email, please email me anyway at that Q&A address, and just say whatever you want to say, just so I know I have your email in case you win and you're not around when I don't have to ask you to contact me and verify who you are later.
Well, Steve's asking if I talked to Stefan about his cover FLAC library, and the answer to that is no.
All right, last call for questions. I think everybody wants to take a long break over in the BeerConf channel.
There's a beer comp channel?
Yeah, it opened up yesterday. A live stream, Jitsi stream.
I see.
In fact, I joined it at about 3 o'clock this morning, my time, thinking I'd sit in for about 30 or 40 minutes, and wound up sitting in there for 3 hours when I should have been editing videos. So,
Makes sense.
mm. All right. So no more questions. So Attila, why don't you go ahead and close this out? Give us some parting thoughts.
D rocks.
That's it. That's all you got.
Yep. I just woke up, man.
All right. Well, Attila, it was great to see you. I will
Likewise.
go ahead and send us to break now. Max's talk starts at 15:15 UTC. That's about 35 minutes from now. Turtles all the way down. I expect him in the stream at 10 after. We'll see if that happens. I hope so. And everybody have a nice break, and I will see you back. My video quality is impaired. Uh-oh. See you shortly. Okay, it's almost time for Max to join me here in the Jitsi instance for the live stream. I just received confirmation from him a few minutes ago that he will be here. And I realize I forgot to post the link to Attila's slides during his talk, but that's okay. Hello, Max. Can you hear me?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Got you loud and clear.
I might just need to go and do some USB surgery. The camera might not be plugged in.
USB surgery. Oh, fun.
Yeah.
That usually involves climbing under my desk.
Luckily, the case my computer's in is so enormous that I can actually write. It's plugged in. I should have a. But I can see myself. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine, but I can't see you. Do you have your?
Hang on, I'm gonna.
Okay. Oh, there you are. All right.
There we go.
Cool. You know, I forgot to.
Wet.
Oh, that's fine. I forgot to tell you before we started. I got your video down to about 14 and a half minutes.
Oh shit. Well, I can talk about this at length, so there's no issue there.
That's good. No, I mean it's not. I'm not worried about how short it is. I mean, I was because the video you sent me was close to 30 minutes long, a little over 25 minutes, wasn't it? I think. But yeah, I was able to cut it down to 14 and a half. I thought that was I was happy about that. So, all right. Before you introduce your talk, and I'll give you a chance to do that, I want to say that Max today is taking the place of Feng Li, who was supposed to join us here. He was, Adam, you don't have to listen to the discussion, man. I mean, I'm going to post it. This is for after the conference, right? I'm going to post it up on YouTube as the Q&A video, independent videos. You don't have to watch the discussion. I encourage you to go watch the talk and then come back for the Q&A. That's the point. Max is going to have to answer any questions in the video chat anyway. And so while we're waiting for those questions, I just think it's fun to record a conversation with us that we can upload to YouTube later. So yeah, you don't have to watch the discussion at all. You can do that later. But yeah, so Feng was unable to join us, and we've had difficulties communicating because he's in China, and apparently any Google services in China have issues. And he's on Gmail, and we're using OneDrive to share data. And I had a copy of his talk, but we weren't able to use it. But he was going to do another one for me, and then again the communications broke down. So I'm still going to post his video after the talk. He's still intending to send it to me. I just got an email from him earlier. But anyway, Max, real quick, introduce your talk, differentiable programming in D. It's a pretty heavy duty topic.
Yes. Well, the idea is that unless anyone's been living under a rock, obviously like sort of AI and so on is like the fad at the moment. And there isn't. We've had some kind of limited forays into that space with D libraries, and basically, and the kind of the modern way of doing that is using the modern kind of collection of techniques for doing that are basically known as differentiable programming. I like the way of actually specifying the models and then training them. So I'm kind of giving an introduction to sort of the two kind of basic techniques, doing something very simple. And then I think then I've mentioned how that connects to things you can see kind of in the more kind of quote unquote industrial libraries, and then at some point I will what you'll see in the talk will eventually turn into a proper library at some point. That's reasonably good instruction. Oh, and I've also I spent the first bit introducing a technique which is more useful for differentiating kind of old school models if you just want to fit a curve versus fitting like a billion parameter neural network. Because I feel that's kind of thing which one is slightly more practically useful to deprogrammers, and also is something that we do in a nameless code base inside Symmetry.
All right, the talk is counting down. We've got about 25 seconds to go on my screen, so we'll be starting soon. Everybody, again, if you're watching the live chat, please go ahead and just click the link to go watch Max's talk. Now, this is an advanced talk, so if you've got a calculus background, it's not going to be a problem for you. So I guess with your major, I guess calculus was an important, a critical component of that. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm wondering though, I don't think you covered this in the talk, but what are some use cases beyond some practical use cases for the D community, for a library for the D community?
Well, I was actually so if we kind of skip the anything kind of like vaguely scientific in terms of like that's all kind of I was actually going out looking for kind of interesting ways to use this in like what the thing I was kind of using as a benchmark is that would a game use this, and like to be slightly if I come up with my tail between my legs, I haven't actually got anything like particularly cool. But there are some things where if you imagine having this available, if you want to be able to like fit Bezier curves or something, or you want to be able to do like draw like fit a smooth path for something in a game for like a particle to follow. Mm-hmm. I think that'd be very useful to have this kind of thing without having to either roll it yourself or use some kind of approximate method that doesn't work. Hang on, let me turn the let me open the thing on, and then there we go. Yeah, it is one of the things where like it's very useful when you need it, but without necessarily the right background, you wouldn't even know you need it. But there are always uses. Like there are some there's still quite applied mathematics, but I know that you can use some of the techniques in this in the form of like hacking around with PyTorch. You can make an almost like if you have like a game of life. There's someone who's built a thing where you can actually invert a a game of life almost, so you can actually like make it generate an image that you want based on the starting conditions, but that's still kind of just sort of mathematical trickery. If I think of something, I'll say, mainly because I won't be able to stop myself saying it. But
well, Walter has something here in the live stream chat. He says, "I confess, I'm not sure why I wouldn't just do the symbolic differentiation myself." You don't have to type that. That's
okay. Well, I mean, you can. It depends on the model, because like something I work on inside Symmetry does do that, where it has the model is designed in a way where it's quite easy to it basically uses some tricks. Well, like if you want the differential with respect to the x parameter, you can actually just multiply it by a factor. So it's actually designed in a way to be easily differentiable. But the reason to do it is basically it doesn't scale, and also there are actually some things you can do where if you want the like if you want to be able to scale it to different hardware, so you want to be able to run it on GPUs, then you basically have to use these techniques. Otherwise, it just isn't going to work. Basically, like you can do like the vector flow library that Netflix did for the neural networks. That basically is the equivalent of doing symbolic differentiation on paper and then writing it down as decode and then running it like that. But that means that it can basically only do what it's been coded to do. Whereas if you use a library that does uses these techniques, then changing the code is just changing the code is just changing the model versus maintaining a separate kind of symbolic specification of what the model does and then differentiating that. There's a tiny hint of that at the end of the talk, which I'm not assuming I mentioned it because I mentioned Mathematica at the end, and you can Mathematica can output C code, which obviously we can compile. Plugging import C there, but you can compile code which has been outputted from like Mathematica or MATLAB or whatever. But it's like I've done that and it's just horrible. And there are also things as well where the symbolic techniques can't actually support things like loops, for example. So if you just want to write code and you need to hack something together, like you end up needing a loop because you can't quite write something this way, that way, the other. You actually can support that with a lot of automatic differentiation routines, whereas you can't with a symbolic thing unless you're extremely clever or very lucky. So you can. There is a project called Enzyme where you can actually one of their demos of people using it is that you can actually differentiate through a computational fluid dynamics solver, so you can actually get like derivatives out of the end of it, which is pretty much impossible with a kind of like classical CFD implementation. That being said, I can't find that demo. I'll have to link it somewhere. And yeah, that's something that Nicholas Wilson and I have been looking at, kind of getting working with there's the link. Getting working with LDC. There's a slight hesitancy in that would mean locking it into people using LDC, which is a bit of a shame.
Where did you post the link just now?
Oh, I posted it in the Q&A chat.
Oh, the live stream. Okay, it didn't show up for me yet. I guess it will in a minute. Yeah. I'm sitting here wondering why I'm looking like a Star Wars hologram. Suddenly, this software I use usually is much clearer than this. I don't know what's going on. I have a
like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I have yeah, I'm almost I'm not far away from his age, I guess, when he made the movie. Well, okay. I have another question from Walter here that we'll give instead of my trivial one. Are you doing this in the front end or in the intermediate code?
The enzyme thing. If that's referring to enzyme, then it works on LVMIR. So it only works with one of the reasons why they get like very good benchmarking numbers is that they're being quite clever and doing it in the in between some of the optimizations, if I recall correctly. Which it is a shame because you can do this on the front end, and certainly there are, if you imagine, especially for the reverse mode stuff where you have to build a graph, the compiler already has a graph. You just have to serialize it into something that you can actually something you can actually interpret. It's just someone has to write the code and test it, whereas enzyme's already been written.
Okay, Max, I'm going to interrupt you there for a second. Can you please post the link here in the Jitsi chat, because I forgot that only I can post links in the live stream chat right now. There must be a setting for that. I don't know that it.
Right, here. Hang on. That's the link to enzyme. And then there's also the Swift programming language. They have a differentiable programming sort of manifesto, which has some interesting things there.
So, okay, that wasn't for Max. These cinnamon rolls. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Walter. I look like Princess Leia. All right.
My link's not appearing.
Yeah, your link's not appearing.
I see. Yeah, I can see yours.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a good thing because given our experience in London. So my question was, I was looking at that slide about your how fast you were traveling, and I was curious where you compiled that data from.
That is from. I don't know. Where's my phone? It's from an app on my phone. There's an app called Fizzbox where you can press record, and then it will use the GPS to record that kind of data. Except that I cheated because obviously it's collecting the. Did I cheat? Where is it from? I'm trying. No, I didn't actually. No. Yeah, I was thinking it might have been using the accelerometer, but it wasn't. It's using it's using the accelerometer and the GPS. So, but I'm it is real data. That is actually me in a train from where was it? Bath to somewhere. One of our glorious class 802 trains that can do quote unquote high speed of almost 80 miles an hour on some bits of the track.
Well, I mentioned Star Wars, and now I'm getting quotes from Star Wars in the chat. I knew I should have known. Yes, only you could be so bold, Walter says. Well, this is like so far out of my realm of knowledge. I'm just going to have to ask you to fill in some gaps here. What are some things you didn't say in the presentation that you think would be interesting for people to know when they're watching this Q&A video later?
Well, I think one thing I was going to talk about is that there have been a few people who've attempted to implement libraries to do this kind of industrial ones on the GPU. And I've only played with one of them, but I think they've mostly had taken. I think some of them people have just hadn't had enough time to finish, but I think there have been a few where people have had enough time, but they've also, the things they've implemented have been kind of slightly unfortunate in terms of the design decisions they've made, without kind of like blaming anyone, but kind of like just things where like there's just ever so slightly things where like they're quite hard to extend So there's like vector flow is the one that Netflix did, which is actually quite readable. Then there's one that should I do a link to vector flow?
Yeah, I think everybody. Well, sorry, I got distracted here. It seems like I've had Dennis's talk listed as translating D to C, which is not what it is. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me have so I've linked the vector flow there, but then there's also Grain, which is based on. It's done by a Japanese person, but I think on Grain and Grain 2, which I think probably works. You need to have more of a play with it, because I think I had a play with Grain 2, but the difference between the two of them is the word autograd in the summary of Grain, where basically you maintain that kind of dynamic graph of operations, and then work on that at runtime, and then do everything through that, rather than what vector flow does, which is much more closer to what I said when I was responding to Walter, where it's you have basically a structure that you've worked out beforehand, and then you've actually sort of written down all the equations just as code. It's not quite that simple, but like it's one is a much less dynamic and an expressive way of doing things, but you will see it's all simple. More direct.
Well, let me ask you this: what would you suggest to somebody who doesn't have the background for this, or who doesn't remember the background for this? Where would you suggest them to go to
play with PyTorch?
Well, I mean, you don't see any need for prerequisite knowledge, a prerequisite study.
Well, I mean, it depends, because, like, on the one hand, I think there are way too many people in the kind of AI stroke data science industry who don't actually know anything about what they're doing, if I'm being blunt. But like, equally, you can get one of the things that's interesting about this is if you imagine like kind of old school AI, where you have sort of like tic-tac-toe and that kind of like sort of solving games by like looking through trees of moves, and there's like the thing that it's interesting about the kind of the more modern kind of neural network flavored AI is that you can up to a point basically just throw training data and computing at the problem, and then kind of just play around with the structure of the network until it's until you get the result that you want. It's a much more kind of tractable way of going about things. Like you do need a certain intuition about numbers, but like if you actually just want to do AI work, you don't really need to you don't really need to sit down and solve any equations, right? Like this is basically just more of like a teaching it from the bottom up rather than the top down, because I've met people who even kind of work in the field who I'm not sure actually understand kind of the roots of what how the things they're using actually work. Partly because it doesn't actually matter in a sense, in that like it doesn't actually stop you from doing any work if you want to be an AI researcher. But there's also an element of like if you like John Carmack's working on AI now. Like he's actually just left Meta. So he's founded a company called Keen Technologies to work on AI. And I think one of the things that he's trying to do is that even if they can't, like it's unlikely that they're gonna invent HAL 9000. It's sort of like artificial intelligence that can actually compete with a human. But one thing they can do is that he's obviously like old school programmer who actually he's a fan of like static analysis and kind of good code. And I think they could really kind of shake up the industry a bit if they kind of instill that kind of old school wisdom upon the Python monkeys. If I'm being blunt, because like some really bad code out there.
Oh, maybe if we're lucky, we can nab John for the guest keynote speaker at the next DConf. Yeah, that would be a coup. All right, we are now officially in Q&A mode. So I shall repeat. No, we don't have a whole lot of viewers right now. So Francesco and everybody else, Francesco just asked a question. So let's say that if you ask a question in the live stream chat, please prepend capital Q, capital N, capital A, colon to the question so that I can notice it. Francesco, I saw your question. I'll read that in a minute. And I'll go ahead and waive the email requirement again for this talk since we don't have a whole lot of viewers right now. So the question from Francesco is, could you recommend me a book?
Yes. I think that's a good one. There's one called The Elements of Statistical Learning, which is quite a good one. But it depends on what the background is that you want to start with. But this is a good one. Also, stick it in the chat there. You may or may not be able to get that for free on Google if you just search for that appended with a PDF. But it depends if you just want to like do some work versus learn like the fundamentals of machine learning in a kind of mathematical sense, then that depends. But there's what's another one? The one that I learned, I think, a probabilist. There you go, that one. Hang on, that one.
While we're waiting on Max.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
Right now, another book. The link that what used to be the link to the book is now seems to be a link to a GitHub thing for some reason. But there you go. That's a probabilistic machine learning, a probabilistic perspective. It's a classic, although that one does have the disadvantage of it's one of these books where like there's the kind of the cool stuff that everyone's doing in industry, but that's on page 600. So you do have to there's a bit of a slog to get through, although you will learn how to do certain types of oh yeah, Mike, there's links in Jitsi to copy in, I think.
Yeah, I think I got them all.
Oh, they haven't come up for me yet.
Oh, am I the only one who can see them?
Possibly.
I can't post links either.
Are they before or after Walter saying, "Can you type the name in here?" Because I've only just got that.
Before.
Yeah, I can't see them.
Guys, you aren't getting the links I'm posting? I can't post links either? Oh my gosh. I thought I was able to post links. I've been posting the talk links and all kinds of other stuff.
No, I can see your earlier ones, but yeah, hang on.
Wow. Okay.
I'm gonna try and.
Yeah, Steve says there's no links. All right. Sorry, real quick. I've got a question. Okay, Brian sees my links. All right. Okay. I've got a question from Ricky in the live stream, but from the email. But Francesco, I would like to ask you to email me at that Q&A@deanlang.org address so that I can have your email. I've entered you into you're eligible for a prize. Yes, I know, Walter. I've pasted them in the chat, but I guess some people can see them and some people can't. Francesco, you're eligible for a prize at the end of the Q&A session, and another prize at the end of the day, and another prize at the end of DConf. So if I have your email address, I can notify you if you win and you're not around. So please email me at that Q&A@deanlang.org so I can know how to contact you. And my question the question from Ricky for you, Max, is: are there any plans for a nice, easy-to-use ML library?
Well, there's always plans. I think that's basically the dream. But there's I think the thing is to get get a simple foundation layer that can basically do the things I've mentioned in this talk, but on tensors. Get that working, and then, which for the record might already exist, because that could just be grain, as I will attempt to link in the chat. But I think to get that working simply, and I suspect in a way that actually isn't a particularly idiomatic deprogramming. And I think there have been things where people have tried to do too much D stuff that doesn't matter, because if you imagine a lot of the tricks that you can do in D come from trying to make things work faster on CPUs, but you actually want to do you actually want to make it run on a GPU, and then you can kind of control everything based on the stuff you've collected when you were building the graph. And then on top of that, like building the ML stuff on top of that is actually relatively easy. Like I probably should have done actually. You can train the neural network with either of the things I've mentioned in my talk. And then when you get a larger one, that's when you have to go on the GPU, and it does get complicated after that, but it gets complicated in that there are things you have to do in terms of the operations you choose to support and how you express things that will affect how you go about doing things. But just to get something working, like, you know, sort of like, and not caring about performance is actually not that hard. It's just a sort of question of actually writing the code and getting it right. So we can. Should I post my links on the forum? If I can't put, because I'm rate limited here, so I can't.
Hang on. No, I'm gonna send them to Walter. Walter, I'll send you the links. If you can't see them, I've been posting them in the chat here, but if you can't see them in the chat, then, I mean, I'm not talking about the Jitsi chat, I'm talking about the live stream chat. And if you can't see them in the live stream chat, then I'll go ahead and email them to you after in the break. I'll have time during the break. All right. Any more questions for Max? We've got quite a bit of time until Robert's talk, which is at 16:30 UTC, about 50 minutes away. So let's give Max some more questions.
Hang on, I'm just whacking up these links in a forum post. That is really annoying that you can't post it.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't post my own. I mean, the other links were showing up. I don't know why these aren't. Questions for Max? Okay, I'm going to check the... I wonder... I'm going to have to leave. I'll do it during the break. I'm going to check the settings for the stream and see if I can manage the links somehow. And everything's been going so well.
I've just posted a bunch of links onto the news group.
In the announce forum or the general forum?
General.
Okay. All right, guys, go to the general forum if you want the links.
Yeah, and I've also stuck one on the end, which is something called TinyGrad, which is a project by George Hotz, which is basically a very kind of cut down kind of machine learning framework, which is something that I think we could probably emulate relatively easily, because the TinyGrad aspect comes from the kind of the core of PyTorch, which actually does the maths, is called AutoGrad, and currently downloading that on a laptop is like probably more between 1 and 2 gigabytes with the amount of like stuff it carts around, because it basically carts around everything it could possibly need to support every graphics card under the sun. So it will quite happily let you download the Python package. You're just waiting for it to install for like a billion years. So the idea was to make a very cut down one, which is not just aiming to be simple, but also aiming to be aggressively simple in some quite clever ways to make it easy to accelerate, to write neural network accelerators for, i.e. custom hardware, which they haven't done, but could well do if there's a market for it. I'm going to stick another. Fabrice Ballard has also done some has done some work with this too. So he wrote libnc, which I'm also gonna reply to my. Right. He wrote libnc, which is basically a machine learning framework, which he actually wrote in C, which is quite good. I'll stick that in the chat here just in case. But it's a machine learning framework that he did in C, which is unfortunately closed source, but has some kind of interesting tricks there, which he's but you can download and have a play with it. It's actually quite easy to use, considering it's written in C. And you can also, one thing that's interesting, because it comes with a header file, you can actually see all the data structures inside of it, or at least most of the data structures that it wants you to play with. So you can actually see how it's all not that it's a particularly complicated thing, but like you can see how the tensors, like the n-dimensional arrays, are laid out, and how it represents the strides and things like that. Which is kind of fun, and it also works on the GPU as well. So it actually, if you imagine, he can do all that in, like, how big's the download? He can do all that in just under a megabyte, whereas PyTorch is about like a gigabyte or something of Python and compiled C++.
Okay, so we got a question from Brian Callahan.
Yep.
Say again?
No, yeah, I said, oh, yes.
Okay, yeah, we got a question from Brian Callahan here. I know Enzyme only works with LLVMIR, so it's only usable with LDC. Is there a minimum version of LDC you need, or will any do?
Well, there's a minimum. There are multiple minimums and maximums, because there are some things with LVM, which you're probably aware of, which are changing around at the moment. Like there's a new LVM pass manager, and there's the untyped opaque pointers, which I would imagine the Enzyme people are on top of now, but I'm not sure if, because I was in a meeting with them maybe too many weeks ago now, where we were having a chat about this, and I think at the time we weren't quite ready to kind of get the two talking to each other. But what you can do is you can try it, because it's actually just an LVM plugin. So you can actually load it either at compile time or at link time if you use LTO, and have a play with it, and it should work. So the examples, as long as you have the right, as long as it has C linkage, I'll get confused with any ABIs, it should just work. I'm not going to be able to post a link. If I put that in, attempt to post the link. I've attempted to post a link. If not, it's on the Enzyme website on Getting Started. They have this absolutely crazy way of annotating what you want to differentiate with respect to, because they've had to basically hack it around basically C, which is an absolutely horrible language that no one should be using anymore. As hopefully we can all agree, given that this is DConf. So what Nicholas Wilson and I were talking about doing is using their internal libraries to make it so you can just annotate things with user-defined attributes, and then it would then LDC just manages it all for you. But that then would lock you into an LDC version. But this hasn't been done yet. The using it as a plugin should just work though. That's basically the takeaway. I say not having tried it on anything on anything quote unquote serious. Oh, you can also try it on the internet as well. They have did my most recent link appear? Do I bother? If not, I'll put it in the
there it is.
in the
I'll
news group.
open it. Yeah, you should go ahead and put it in the news group anyway.
Yeah, but they have a version of they have their own compiler explorer thing with their like enzymified Clang that you can play with, which I highly recommend playing with. But partly you can also see what it's doing with in the assembly. But enzyme is more aimed at kind of traditional scientific computing as opposed to machine learning as per se. But
yeah. Well, apparently all these links I've been posting in the live stream chat have made Google think I'm suspicious because I've suddenly been logged out of my other tabs, and it's asking me to verify I am who I am before getting back in. That's weird. I'm going to have to go grab. I'm using my phone to film. I'm going to have to go grab another device to do verification after the break. This is wild. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions for Max? I have one for you while we're waiting. Do you, if you were not working for Symmetry and working on the pull requests and stuff you do for the D community, where would you spend your time? Would you spend your time on a project like this? On a project using
maybe,
yeah,
maybe it depends. Like it's one of these things where like you can like it's almost disgusting the amount of money like you can get as an AI startup these days. So there's an element of kind of following the money, but it's not really like solving problems with it is kind of mainly what I'm interested in. It's not. I don't find it particularly intellectually satisfying. There's a very famous debate between Chomsky and Peter Norvig about basically statistical approaches to linguistics. And this is there's kind of an element of that where you're kind of like it's very effective, but it's also it's not. I don't find it particularly intellectually satisfying to do. Other than there's a very beautiful structure on the inside, but it's not it's not kind of it's a way, and what I see is more of a way to solve problems as opposed to like a kind of a be all and end all. Like let me link that the Norvig Chomsky. There we go. Going in Jitsi chat just in case, and then it's also going in.
You are full of links today.
I know. Oh, I'm spamming.
Look out, you're going to get shut down too. Oh, but Jitsi isn't Google, so never mind. Any more questions for Max? Walter says thanks for all the links.
Yeah, and Ethan, that is the strategy. AI with blockchain is the you get the 50 million VCs. Well, actually, maybe probably won't be quite as lucrative in the coming decade. But like the people who managed the Julia programming language basically did turn themselves into a startup, and they got like at least I think it's like 15 million out of it. So maybe we should do that.
Last call for questions. I only have 3 people on my list for the prizes. So, all right. Max, why don't you go ahead and close us out with some parting thoughts? And I will go ahead and pick a winner. I didn't do that before we left the last time, so I'll do that now, and I'll announce it when you're finished talking. Go for it.
Keep your eyes peeled for more. For if I successfully organize myself enough to actually write the library I'm talking about, eyes peeled, more blog posts about this, and also I'd like to finish also by saying that the thing that Fung was going to present, I have actually looked at the code for that. That's so like when that does go out, everyone be excited for it, because it is actually quite interesting, and they have, I think Google have used it for something for UVM testing or some RISC-V stuff.
Yeah, I was really hoping to have that talk on the schedule, because one, we've never had a presentation from any members of our Chinese user base at any of our conferences, and two, it's a really interesting project, and I enjoyed the presentation that he sent me, but unfortunately it was unusable for reasons. But yeah, I will have. He's promised to get me the new version of the video as soon as he can, and I'm going to upload it to the YouTube channel after the conference, so we will be able to see it eventually. All right, Max, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for submitting the talk, and thanks for coming back in at the last minute. And I wasn't sure how the schedule was going to pan out today. I was hoping Fung would be here, but thanks for joining us. And I want to say that I've picked a winner here with my standard.random program, and it is Brian. Congratulations, Brian. You are going to get a prize. I will email you, Mr. Callahan. And that's it for this Q&A session. Robert is up next with his fake news. We will see him at 25 past the hour. Everybody enjoy your break. I'm going to hop over to DConf. So if you're there, I'll see you there, and we'll be back here in about 30 minutes. Okay, and we are back. I'm here with Robert. Hello, Gary. Thank you for joining us today. All right. Let's give a couple of minutes here for people to come in.
And I'll try to line up all my different windows so I can see all the chats and all the other things.
Well, you can skip the live stream chat if you want. I can monitor that for you.
That's fine.
Do you have your talk up?
Yeah, I have
Okay.
to talk up the live stream and this one here.
Okay.
Should be fine. No worries.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to post links in the chat now.
Yeah,
Since I got
like that spam, right?
That's ridiculous, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, AI apparently needs a bit more work.
Yeah.
They made great strides, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you're real. Seen you in person.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, and it was good to see you this year at DConf. We didn't really get to hang out much this time around, but I'm looking forward to it next time. So
100%, yeah.
All right, everyone. I would say ladies and gentlemen, but I'm sure we don't have any ladies right now. All the people here are guys. I know you all, and yeah, we only have a few people online right now. But Robert, I don't think you need to introduce yourself. Everybody knows who you are. But go ahead and tell us a brief summary of the talk. It's a brief talk. You can probably cover the whole thing in a summary.
Yeah. So I basically needed fake data in the sense that it's stuff like forenames, addresses, bank account numbers, all that stuff. And I started creating that by hand and got annoyed really quickly. And then thought that the JavaScript people most likely have something. And I found a wonderful library. And I wrote probably the worst TypeScript to detranspiler in the world. It's basically just a bit of string pruning and some stuff. And now we have a gigantic library that is always up to date with what the JavaScript people have. And if you ever need like I don't know, an Arabic forename with a Russian street number or street name, Fake D is the project to pull in. And that's it. A very brief summary.
Well, I did advertise your talk as fake news on Twitter, so I don't know if that's going to get me any heat or not. I hope not. Walter says hey in the live stream chat.
Hey, Walter.
I haven't counted yet, but it just occurred to me earlier, just before I started the live stream tonight, that you have spoken, potentially, you've presented at more DConf editions than anyone aside from Walter and maybe Andre. I would expect you haven't presented at all of them, have you?
That is true. I presented at the first one. Then I think I skipped a year or two, maybe even two. And then I presented in Berlin the first time. Yeah, I think at Berlin the second time. And then I have to remember that was 2016, 17 or something. And then, yeah, a few more times. Yeah, I mean, while working on my PhD, I was using D, so there was always something to talk about. And there was always a library I needed, so I pretty much always had something to talk about. And then using D for symmetry, there's always a library I needed, so there's always something to talk about. And like, how do I put this? You guys have me, so that is a big plus. And like, I sort of briefly remember, like, the first time I was on stage, I was very young and very green, and it took me, like, afterwards quite a long time to watch my talk, sort of to learn from my mistakes. Because if the first time you see yourself on camera, you think, God damn, what an idiot. Like, his posture is all terrible, his speech patterns are just annoying. And ever since then, that helped me improve, right? And talking publicly, or at least to sort of a group of people, is a skill you need, at least in our field, I think. So this is perfect training. I mean, if there's ever a crowd that can destroy you professionally on stage, it's the D community when you talk about the D programming language. So yeah, I mean, it's proof by fire, right? So
Yeah.
and it's like, it really forces you as well to get your thoughts about your work in order, to have some sort of comprehensive talk.
So I was going to say something to follow up on that, but we have in the live stream chat, Walter says maybe generate test data with ChatGPT, and Mike Shaw says he's going to test that out in the break. See what can if you can get it to write some decode. Yeah, I was using it recently to come up with some slogans for D, and it did a pretty good job, actually. I was surprised about that. Yeah, public speaking, man, that's a skill. When I was fresh out of high school, I was a mess in front of a crowd, man. I couldn't even speak in in front of my classroom, man. I do, you know, but I got over that. But 30 years of teaching English in various facilities, from auditoriums to small groups to mid-sized groups, it just you lose it eventually. But I don't think you ever 100% lose the nervousness. I still get a little nervous when I get on a stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like, if you lose that, then probably you should move on. Then you're probably just jaded.
Yeah.
But what I have found is, like, while being at university, I also had to supervise bachelor and master students, and they had to give 2 presentations to get their degree, basically, as well. And basically, what I told them every time was, if they're new to the department, if it's late at night, open up your laptop, turn the camera on, give a test presentation, watch it, and delete the file, because you're going to hate yourself and you don't want anybody to see it. And it was really interesting. The first presentation they usually did were, well, quite crap. But you could really see who did it, like who actually recorded themselves and watched themselves. And actually, one or two actually came up to me afterwards and saying, yeah, that really helped. And I hate myself now, but the presentation was better, I hope. So, yeah.
And the other thing is coming up with a topic. By the way, it is time for the talk. Yeah. It should be counting down right now. Oh, I'm seeing ads. It's already started. Yeah. It's already started. Yeah. Yep. All right. So click over to the talk if you aren't already, and Robert and I will continue to chat here. Yeah, Walter says he's nervous until he starts talking, then he's too engaged to be nervous. Yeah, that's the way it works. Yeah, definitely. And the other part of that is coming up with the topics. And I think it was Ali who told me in one of our DConf Online chats that coming up with a conference talk is just a matter of looking at the project you're working on.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think one of the problems there is I often feel it's all trivial. But it's trivial to you because you've worked on it for weeks and months, right? In the beginning, you had no idea what it actually was that you were trying to do. And after you spend that time, if it's the project you're working on, it just becomes obvious what the things are that have to happen. And you can't understand why somebody else doesn't know that and would find that interesting. And you just have to remind yourself that, they didn't spend those weeks or months on it. So for them, it's all new.
Yeah. And the other element of that is that another element of that is people who aren't used to presenting. I think there's a lot of people have some concern about being wrong.
Yeah.
And I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think the way to look at it is, if you're presenting as an expert, that's one thing. But if you're presenting something as an experiment or something that's new to you or whatever, you want to be wrong, because that's the venue where people are going to tell you the right way if you haven't learned it already. I mean, you don't want to be completely wrong, but it's okay to make mistakes. I mean,
sure.
yeah. So
Yeah, and also, I mean, quite often there are sort of small bits and bobs that are wrong.
mm-hmm.
But usually when you get to the stage where you think this is a talk, you at least got the idea correct or close enough that it's worthwhile presenting. And like even for this talk here, like while working on it, I thought, well, maybe I should rerun the transpiler. I'd done it like a few weeks before, and they did some commits in the Faker.js project, and it actually didn't compile. Like it didn't really work anymore. There were a few files that changed, and like I changed them back, and the transpiler wasn't really much worse. It was actually a tiny bit nicer, and it worked again. So it's also sort of a way of checking yourself, I find. And yeah, and like how to put this, like as I said at the beginning, like my first talk, the first few minutes, I was really nervous because that was the crowd that could destroy me on stage, which was recorded for YouTube, right, for all posterity to see how the small guy fails. But what I found, the D community is very opinionated and strong in saying what they think is right, but they will help you. They will help you all the way.
100%.
And they will they will tell you that the approach you take is crap, and they will present you a better one. And quite often they will create a pull request for you, making it better even. So the things I have learned over the years from the community, and I think also in part due to a given presentation and showing that I'm invested in it, invaluable. Like there's no, like without any second doubt in my mind, without the D community, I wouldn't be here today, and I wouldn't have the job and the opportunity I had over those last, coming up to 10 years now. So like get engaged early, and
Adam says in the live stream that he just makes things up live. Goes off the cuff, I guess. Planning equals worry, improvisation equals stress free. Yeah, I'm like that in my classes now. I know the material inside out, back and forth, and so whatever I'm teaching, usually I can just wing it. I don't have to do any prep beforehand anymore. But I can't quite get there if I'm going to give a presentation on stage on something that I haven't got that level of depth with.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there is something to be said for winging it if you've got the skills and the knowledge in your head.
Yeah, and you, I guess you would have to have a slight idea where you want to get to, like a direction plus minus 30 degrees or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then you can probably just, like, if you have worked on it long enough, you can probably just start talking. But yeah.
Well, the reason we're talking so much about speaking is because there's not a whole lot to talk about your talk. But I do have a question for you to start us on that path.
Always.
How long did it take you to put that library together, Faker D? It looked like there was a bit of trial and error in the process.
Yeah, so I basically started this library while working for Symmetry, and this was sort of part of my Fridays project, which is an HR project, and I would say like 1.5 Fridays, pretty much. Like the initial one, like if you look at it, a big part of the 1,200 lines or so is basically some handwritten DC code. The transpiling of the JavaScript or TypeScript sources is trivial. Like this is probably one of the worst examples here, where they use single ticks, and you have to find the right places to turn those into double ticks, which is like the most complicated thing of it all. And then the rest is basically some folder scraping and file concatenation or file name concatenation. It's surprisingly easy, and I was somewhat surprised that nobody has done it before. because the library is so awesome, and it gives you so much data. And yeah, it was sort of a no-brainer after I started it.
Well, I had never heard of this, and that's the case with a lot of the talks that you give, actually, because you're using like the one you gave last year at DConf Online about the I can't even remember the name of it now, the Facebook library with the where you had the Star Wars stuff.
GraphQL.
GraphQL, there we go. Yeah, I had vaguely heard of that, but I had absolutely never heard of Faker.js before because it's just not in my my experience. But so I haven't looked it up yet, but I was going to ask what who maintains it? Where's it from? What's the?
So it is originally, it's a JavaScript library originally, and now sort of they're in the process of converting it to TypeScript. There was somewhat of a headline news about this, I think a year back or maybe even this year, where the maintainer got a bit upset that he wasn't really getting the funding he thought he needed to continue this library, and he basically broke big parts of the JavaScript ecosystem by deleting the library on npm and on GitHub.
Oh, that was this project. Okay, yeah, I heard about that.
But obviously there were like, don't know, 10,000 forks of it on GitHub at that point, and now I think there's a group of people maintaining it. And usually what happens, so people with different language backgrounds contribute basically JSON files to it with like common forenames for whatever the languages that they were using. And so it's one of those npm libraries, one of those 1.2 million libraries that they have now.
Yeah, and this one's more than a single function, at least.
Yeah, and but in itself, like, that library is like, the idea is brilliant. The actual engineering of it is good and boring. There isn't that much going on, right? It's string concatenation in the end.
But I guess Ethan's disappointed that we haven't gotten any bots this year. Yeah, actually, you know what? We didn't get any bots in the online conferences before. The first time I've seen bots on our YouTube channel was in London. That was the first time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but no, that threw my question. Oh right, yeah. So I wonder though. They were talking about the Chat GPT in there. Yeah. What's your take on that for this purpose, for testing purposes, for generating data?
Like, technically, absolutely possible, like 100%. But at least for my purposes, and I would assume for most purposes of most people, like just pulling in this library and calling the correct function that you need is probably quicker and simpler. So yes, eventually in 10 years time, nobody will write this library anymore. But right now it's there. And I mean, like, how to put this? Just because now we have Torx screwdrivers does not mean that we throw the Phillips head screws that we have away, right? At least usually not. So it will definitely, I think it's just going to be another tool eventually. I think whatever your editor of choice is, it will help you with ChatGPT or whatever API is happening at that point, help you do the coding.
Hopefully without violating licenses.
Yeah, that's also like another thing, right? But on that front,
Well, you had one of the slides in your talk was titled "Classes are awesome."
Yeah,
and you, I watched your talk several days ago but it seems like you challenged people to dispute you on that.
Well, how to put, they can try disputing me, but I think they are wrong.
Yeah.
Because classes are awesome. So, I mean, like this application here is like somebody had an application and then invented a tool to solve it, and he came up with classes, or they came up with classes, and it's the perfect application for them. So yeah, I don't see a reason not to use them here. But I see many reasons to use them there. So
Well, for this program, for the simple program like this, yeah, there's absolutely no reason not to use them. But I'm just looking at that blanket statement. Classes are awesome.
Yeah.
There are limits, yeah.
Absolutely, but there are limits to structs as well, and there are limits to template. Well, there are limits to how you can safely use templates as well and string mixins. It's always a choice, right? We have so many tools at this point that deciding which trade-off you take is the name of the game. It's not that this tool is going to solve all your problems perfectly. It's like this tool is going to help you to maybe solve one problem nicer than the other ones, right? I could have written this in assembly, but why would I? Right?
That's true. But I wonder,
yeah.
what's your criteria for choosing classes over structs? I had a discussion with Matthias, I think, about this a couple of years ago. We were discussing, and I always prefer structs unless I absolutely need the hierarchy.
Yeah.
But
in this case,
he thinks of it in terms of modeling, though. He prefers to model with classes. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So in this case, basically, if for whatever language you choose to generate your fake data from, it does not implement that specific feature. So for instance, the German one doesn't have street names. It will fall back to the English one. And this fallback is basically function overriding, right? Or like if you have a specification in that language, you override that function. And if you don't, you get the base class function. So virtual functions in this case is the thing that, was the perfect tool for the job.
Yeah, I like that you were forced to think about that in D upfront before diving in. Do we want value types? Can we use reference types? What do we need?
Yeah.
I love that aspect of it. Some people don't. On the last slide of your talk, which by the way, the talk has ended for me. So so after this question, we'll consider ourselves in Q&A mode. So again, I'll post I hope Google doesn't ping me ding me for this. Q&A at dlang.org. Go there for your questions. If you can see it, QN as in November A at dlang.org. If you want to be eligible for a prize. Again, not a lot of viewers right now, so I'm willing to waive that if I know who you are and know your email address. But if not, please ask me a question there. But on the last slide, you said grab everything and give nothing back.
Yeah.
Elaborate. That sounds pretty stingy, man.
Yeah, but in a good case, right? So pretty much all the libraries on npm.js are free and open source. And they have many good ideas, Faker.js being one of them. And like I find that like you sort of have to have a small spark, and then the rest is just work. And if you just browse those libraries, you can find your small spark and take their idea and do it in D and do it better and do it for us. So, and if you can even like reuse or basically write a transpiler like I did for what particular library you have, even better. And I mean, they have 1.2 million libraries. Yes, some are just joke libraries and some just contain one function, but maybe one function is awesome enough to warrant being stolen or warrant being stolen. So like we don't have to reinvent the wheel, just copy it, maybe.
I think this discussion comes up in our community now and then, the whole, like NPM versus dub registry and cargo versus dub registry. And I'm not talking about dub as a tool. I'm just talking about the registry. How do you think we fare compared to NPM, let's say. And I obviously, in terms of numbers, we're nowhere near it, but
Yeah.
in terms of
So,
usability, searchability, all that.
So I would sort of prefix this by saying that Phobos is a much better standard library than what JavaScript or TypeScript have. So much of the need to put stuff in npm we just don't have because Phobos is so great. But then obviously just the UX on npm is miles better than the dub registry, and that is probably just because the D people don't really care about the dub registry enough, and there's not enough push to make it nicer. I bet like if we invest like, I don't know, a couple of man-month into the dub registry, it's going to be good enough. Like the search experience is good enough and all that stuff. And then also, I would say the JavaScript language community, and now with TypeScript, is a lot more fractured than the dub community. Just for one, because it's a lot bigger. And then you have like different subgroups for if you're using Angular for work, or if you're using React or Svelte, or insert awesome JavaScript framework to build your application here. And that entails like basically a breakdown into libraries. So in work, we pull in quite a few libraries that help with UI elements for Angular and Angular materials and more specific. So they are bigger just by virtue of catering to different subgroups. It's like, how to put this, I think there's no great conflict or great innovation that they have. It's just JavaScript. It's like the second most used language, so they're going to have a lot of packages.
Well, our live stream chat is degrading into discussion of football. And we have a question from Ricky, an email question from Ricky. He's angling for a prize today. If he doesn't win one, I may just give him one out of pity. What improvements in the ecosystem would you love to see to encourage more libraries?
More libraries. First off, more stuff in Phobos, which will, to a degree, reduce the number of libraries. I think if we have more people, we will naturally get more libraries, because more people will have different needs, and people will just come up with a library for whatever purpose they need. I think it's like I said this before, and I said it again. I'm not of the opinion of I think the fact is D is the best language and Phobos is the best standard library. We just need more people. So
that was a topic of conversation at DConf when I joined earlier this morning. It's on my mind, and I know you're harping on it a lot. All right, guys, more questions for Robert. Football questions are welcome.
Shipment to New Zealand is probably very expensive, so we have to find somebody else to compete with Ricky.
Yeah, you're stealth disqualified, Ricky, for the record. Actually, I ordered some D-Man t-shirts from my personal account to ship here, and I had to make, let's see what I can't remember the details exactly, but I ordered one shirt for myself and 2 shirts for a couple of other people. And the first package got lost in the mail. Second package got lost in the mail. Third package made it, but I only had 1 shirt. So I was like, man, But you know, I only paid the once, and then they refunded me for the 2 shirts that never made it in, and gave me a discount code to use on future orders. But I'm not having anything shipped from them to Korea anymore. So
Yeah.
yeah, but apparently they really want you to use their regional service when you order, and they don't have a regional service in Asia.
Yeah.
More questions for
Yeah.
Robert?
I guess no questions either means that nobody cares or everybody agrees, right?
Or everybody's watching World Cup.
Nah, like my talk was probably a lot more interesting than that game. No, fair enough.
1 foot away from overtime.
Yeah.
What other JavaScript or TypeScript libraries are on your radar right now for future porting to D?
So they have a sort of extension to Mustache templates called handlebar.js. And that has a lot nicer white space control than Mustache. And I sort of need that. So like that one, I probably will not port in the sense that like porting the actual functions, but just taking the grammar of the templating engine and writing a parser and execution engine for that. Yeah, it's not that big a deal. I just have to sort of find a week time to do that.
Well, there's a library I actually have heard of. So cool. We have a question here in the live stream chat from Kurzibu. What D features were useful in writing the generator?
D features per se, array concatenations. Basically, all the Mustache templates contain, like, for instance, the street names is basically some surname of the language plus street or avenue or whatever is used in that language. And I turn those into 2 function calls that basically concatenate the return strings. That is, I would say, the D feature. Like if we count phobos as a D feature, I would say std string and std algorithm searching. Those are the 2 most used things in that library.
Well, you mentioned the array concatenation, and that's exactly what Brian was pumping up in his workshop video that we're one of his workshop videos.
Like it's like compared to C, for instance, it's so simple to just concatenate 2 arrays and don't think about it and just move on. Obviously, other languages have that now as well, but like as soon as you have it, going anywhere else where that doesn't exist is just a no-starter for me, at least.
Kurzibu, if you're still around at the end of the talk and you happen to win, that's great, but you might win one of the other drawings later. You're automatically entered because you asked the question, and I'm not sure who you are or if I have your email address. So could you please email me at qna at dling.org so I can have your email address in case you win something today or tomorrow. Any more questions for Robert? Okay. Yeah, well, that's fine. And actually, you know, I adjusted the schedule from what I originally published. The next talk was originally slotted at 17:45, but since your talk came in so short, I moved it up to 17:30. So we'll be seeing Dennis at 17:25. So this is a good time to go for the break. And, you know, I don't have to run my standard.random generator, guys, if we're worried about New Zealand bias. I could just do any, mini, miny, mo, you know, that might work. I don't know if there's an any, mini, miny bias for New Zealand. But Robert, go ahead and give us some closing thoughts and close us out here, and I'll pick a winner.
Yeah. Like D is the best language. And I think that should be its motto.
You said that before I could finish typing. You're supposed to keep going. Yeah, D is the best language. I think we all get on that.
Yeah.
Eeny meeny is still an RNG. Okay.
Awesome.
All right, let's see. It's down to Ricky and Kurzyboo. So let's see who gets it. Kurzyboo, congratulations. You are the winner of DConf swag. So please do email me and I will reply to you with, oh, wait a minute. I did get your email. Okay. Thank you. All right. And I got George from earlier. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed George's question. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, George. I completely missed it. Let's go ahead and get this. Hi again. I will enter you for the next drawing, George, since I missed you this time. Hi again. Name something that you really need that you cannot do in D and you can easily do in other languages.
Find more people.
That's true. Yeah. Java, C++. Yeah. Even Lua probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can find more
like,
people.
As I said, like the language is perfect. The standard library is on its way to be perfect. More people. That's the thing I need.
All right. Thanks, Robert, for your talk. Thanks, everybody else, for your questions. And again, George, I'll add you as the first name on the list for the next drawing.
Thank you, Mike, for organizing this and running it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's actually kind of fun. Yeah. So
Awesome.
everybody have a good break, and we'll see you back here by 12. Whatever UTC time it is, 16:25. Is that correct?
I think it's
17:25. There we go for Dennis's translating C to D talk. See you soon.
Cool. See you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, I'm back, but so far no sign of Dennis. Oh, there he is. Excellent. All right. How you doing, Dennis?
Hello.
Good timing.
My browser just crashed, so I had to restart it, like right when I joined.
Yeah, that's funny because yesterday, well, yeah, it was yesterday now. When I joined BeerConf early in the morning, I set up my camera on my iPhone that I always use with the same software I always use, and it wouldn't connect. And this is like a little over 12 hours before the start of the DConf live stream, and suddenly my camera's not connecting to my PC. So it reboot solved it. But man, I was panicking before I started tonight. All right. So this is where, in the run up to your talk, you tell us a little bit about what this talk is about. Just give us a quick summary and let everybody know. Go.
Okay, so this talk is about my experiences from translating C code into D code, because I often find myself doing that first from just small snippets I found from like Windows API examples, and later single file libraries, and ultimately even bigger libraries for a variety of reasons, including being easier to build or easier to edit, because D is my preferred language, of course. And so all these experiences culminated into so me, first of all, telling about like things I learned, some pitfalls to avoid, and also the tool I developed, because translating by hand was very tedious. So I developed something to kind of do the simple syntax translation for you. So all you have to do left is the difficult macro translations and stuff like that.
Yeah. You announced that tool earlier this year, right? Wasn't it this year or was it last year?
Yeah,
It was this year.
that's right.
Yeah, I
I
remember
actually
seeing it
developed
before.
it like a year or two ago,
Uh-huh.
or 1 year ago maybe. But recently, Stephen Scheifhofer asked me about it because he is translating raylibd, and yeah, I wanted to publish it for a while, but it's kind of, yeah, I forgot to do it. It has always a bit of I had to fix the Windows build and some other things I wanted to do before publishing, and never got around to it until like recently. And yeah, so it's a nice time to make a backup talk for DConf.
Yeah, and you did start out as the backup because you did not submit this talk, and I am grateful for you doing it because it turned out we needed you. So I'm glad you're
I
here.
actually considered submitting this as a talk like last DConf Online, or I think even the first one, but yeah, missed the deadline and yeah, never got to it. That's kind of how things happen with me. I have all these projects and they kind of go on over the years, and until I finally feel ready for to present them.
Steve says in the live stream chat that he loves C2D. I guess he's a happy user. Have you gotten any contributions to the? Hang on. I've just posted a link to Dennis's talk in the live stream chat. Do you have your talk window open? The talk video on YouTube? Okay, not the live stream, but your talk. Okay, we're gonna monitor that in case anybody asks any questions there. I'll monitor the live stream chat, so you don't have to worry about that if you don't want to. Yeah, any questions that come in through the video chat, you'll answer there. Yeah, so the video's about to start, so if you want to watch the talk, go ahead and switch on over to that, and I'm gonna continue my discussion with Dennis. Have you gotten any contributions since you announced the tool? People been reporting bugs to you or fixing bugs?
Yes, especially Stephen, of course, working on his Raylib code, found a bunch of things it doesn't do well yet. So he opened issues for them, and some of them I already fixed. Some others are a bit harder to do because of limitations in the parser library I use. So some macros the parser can't understand. So I kind of either have to improve the parser or do some manual pre-processing. But the ones I could do in a reasonable amount of time, I fixed. And he also contributed a bit of making it easier to build on OS X, which I don't have a Mac, so I don't know much about that. So, but he uses a Mac.
Yeah, and I know, Steve, if you're listening, I know you were having problems with the M1 Mac for a while there. I guess you got all that sorted out. Well, your C background, Dennis. How would you compare your C experience, your level of C experience, with your level of D experience?
So I actually haven't written much C code myself. I know like some D users have like a history of C and then they translated their old C projects to D.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't have any C project like that. I first encountered it during a course for my embedded systems for my computer science bachelor. That's where we kind of started.
Mm-hmm.
Also, from some of my reverse engineering efforts, people have seen my DConf real life talk. So I did some reverse engineering for Super Mario 64, which was written in C. So that decompilation also gave me a better understanding of not only MIPS assembly, but also the C that generated that MIPS assembly.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, translating these libraries, that's then also how I got to learn C more.
Well, I ask because I know C has some very dark corners. And, it wasn't really my first language. I guess Java was my first language in '96. And C was my second language.
Oh, yeah. I actually remember when during an embedded system lab course where we had to program a quadcopter during my master's. That's a bit later than the first time I did C. And at that point, I already knew D. So I was like, oh, I got to program in C now, even though I know D. And so I was kind of aware that D has all these features like initialization of local variables and switch case fall through protection. And so I was like, oh, I'm not going to make these. I know them now, but I still made these errors, of course. Though I thought I was aware. But I also liked how I could kind of incorporate these input ranges into C, like even though it doesn't have them, kind of the principles behind them. So I could make a pure message protocol and make unit tests for them. So I kind of applied the things I learned writing D to my C code then. So that was kind of fun.
Well, I mention it because, I spent a few years programming in C. Even after I first found D, I didn't, go all the way on the D train in the beginning. But, I still had my C projects. But I thought I knew the language pretty well by the time, I'd been doing it almost 10 years off and on. But, a couple of years ago, I still keep up with the languages I used to use. I still keep up with Java. I still keep up with C. I buy books sometimes when they come out just to see what's changed, what's new. And I was surprised. I bought a book called Modern C Programming, and I was surprised by some syntax that I never knew about it. I don't ask me to specify it had to do with arrays, but it's amazing to me that I can still find these things all these years later that I didn't know about back then. And I ask that because I'm willing to bet that there are some corner cases yet that you haven't accounted for in C to D.
Yeah, definitely. It's like limited to the things I encountered in the C code I translated. But for example, that's all desktop C. So I've never really ventured into the obscure embedded architectures with like 9-bit bytes or something like that, or other integer sizes. So I mostly stick to Windows and Linux and modern C. Also kind of C that's from decently popular libraries, not some obscure personal macro project or like Walter. From Walter, I heard that people like to invent their own languages on top of the macro preprocessor. So luckily, I didn't have to deal with that, but I know they exist.
Yeah, I encountered that very early on in my C explorations. That was there was a trend there among hobby programming communities, I guess, little communities online, where people were defining, keywords as well. They were making macros to define like begin and end for opening braces and closing braces and whatever else. I never understood that, but people are. Then again, at the same time, I knew people who were writing Windows games in 32-bit assembler in the late '90s, just for fun. Not something I would do. Yeah, making your own language. Ethan says making your own language is a programming rite of passage. And that's true. That's true. But I mean, not with this preprocessor. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, in the process of developing the C2D tool, how big was your test suite? I mean, did you test it on a variety of projects, or?
My test suite was actually a bit of an afterthought. So because it's just kind of, I kind of consciously make this distinction between the project that I try to do properly, where I kind of plan them out and have unit tests and kind of quick scripts that I write, like, I just want to quickly automate this part. But obviously, sometimes those just grow and grow until they actually become a lot larger than you intended. So it started with me just going quickly. Okay, I have all these text replacements to do. Write a bunch of regular expressions. Oh, that's not good enough. I need a parser. Then use a parser to make some bit more smarter text replacements. And at this point, it's almost a C compiler. It does some like expression type inference to add the .ptr to static arrays. So,
well, is GLFW the biggest code base you've tested on?
Yes.
And
how that's also not the biggest. That's like 40,000 lines or something.
Yeah, but did it require how much? I mean, what's your accuracy rate? Do you have to massage a lot when you finish running the tool?
Yeah, there's still a lot of things to do, but for GLFW, I kind of developed the tool alongside that, so it was that's how I tested it a lot. Just run it on some files and see, oh, now I have to do all these dot pointer, add dot pointer, so let's implement that so I don't have to do that anymore. But there's still a lot of things, like still macros, like GLFW uses, I think, some macros to kind of switch between both dynamically linked function pointers and statically linked functions. And D has no equivalent for that, so I had to kind of expand those. Also, it has the GLFW API macro for functions, which the parser interprets as a return type.
Yeah, I saw that in the slides. Yeah. Ricky said in the talk chat there is work currently underway to support import C in Dub.
Yeah, that's very nice. I wrote the tool before import C was a thing, so like if I probably wouldn't write it now to the scale it's now, because GLFW, it's best to just use import C for that, I think.
Yeah, it's a pretty portable code base, I think, right? It's a pretty, in terms of C features, it's a pretty simple code base.
Yes.
Kind of like Lua. Oh yeah. Why did you port GLFW to D in the first place?
So I needed a windowing library for my OpenGL projects and didn't really find a good D library. Like the common ones, the one I had experience with already was GLFW from a C++ project I briefly started before I found D. But I do not. One thing I always hated was on Dub, there's a bunch of bindings, and then you just use those. But then at runtime, it complains it misses the library. You need to have it installed, and installing dynamic libraries on Windows and Linux, like it's not a very nice user experience. It's a bit technical. So I wanted to statically link. I thought that's obviously a lot easier when all the code is just in one executable file.
Absolutely.
But that gave a bunch of errors. And yeah, I've done a lot of attempts at linking with dub, like saying, oh, add to the lib flags this this library file, or add to the source files this library file. I found some really obscure bugs with like, why doesn't it pass it, and why doesn't it work? And I found like dub, it's really the best when it's just given a bunch of D source code.
Mhm.
So I was like, well, if I want to use this library, then I better just make sure it's a bunch of D source code. So
Well, I ask because I remember when you. Okay, I do not remember every project that is announced in the D forums, but I of course remembered your C2D project because it was recent. But I also remembered you announcing that you had ported GLFW, because that stuck with me, because there was somebody else who had done the same thing several years before you. There was a project on dsource.org called Schooner. I just had to look it up. I remembered it was some kind of nautical reference, but it was years ago, and it was more, I guess there was more to it than just the GLFW port. It included other support for OpenGL. But the last commit apparently was in 2008. But yeah, you were not the first person to port OpenGL to D. And I promise you, he did it all by hand, he or she, whoever it was, or they. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So
yeah, I also need to clarify that a lot of times when I do things, like I often also just do things for fun or for hobby or to try it out, even though people have done it before. Like if I see clearly someone has done the exact thing I want before, then obviously I'm not gonna just redundantly do the same thing. But yeah, sometimes I also just do things like, I'm not saying translating the library was like the smartest, the easiest, and most effective way to solve my problems, but it's also just a nice venture, and I learned a lot from it.
Oh, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I mean, totally nothing wrong with it. I was only pointing that out as a historical reference. I'm all into the history of the language and the ecosystem, you know, especially since preparing for my talk at DConf in London. Yeah, you listed pitfalls in the slides, and you know, one of them jumped out at me was the passing static arrays by value. How many times did this? Well, I guess once you realized it was biting you, you caught it. But I mean, was this like a hidden problem for you, or did it jump out immediately?
No, this one was pretty easy to debug because the regex library also had a good test suite. So I could see like something was wrong, and then just you step into it and find the cause. But yeah, it was one of the things where, because I did the translation all at once, and then you do have to debug after it some things, and that was one of those things that went wrong during the translation.
Adam suggests that simple display is greater than GLFW. I don't dispute it. I don't dispute it. Yeah, I asked about the static erase because that one bit me early on in my D experiences. I remember when I was learning C and I was looking at the well, this was after I was learning C, but in I was avidly going through the Quake 3 source code, and probably the Quake 2 source code also. And you know, they define the vectors there as you know, with the C syntax array brackets with the 3 in them. And I did the same thing in D and made. I guess in those days in D1 we still had type def before we had alias. But yeah, that bit me early on. And the thing is, you don't. Well, anyway, what other issues did you? What was the worst pitfall that bit you through this process?
Can't really say which one was the worst. There was one, like all these mistakes just took some debugging time. None of these stood out as being by far the worst. Although there was one which wasn't even a pitfall, which was me kind of eagerly mistranslating a mem set. I don't know exactly remember the details, but in GLFW it initializes some kind of joystick map and it mem sets the whole thing to 0. And I made a mem set that was translated to something that was way too small or something.
Mm-hmm.
And afterwards, like, the joystick didn't work. And when it's like there was no unit test, it was just I use my library and the joystick just doesn't report anything. So that was a bit trickier, but even then, oh, it's in the joystick code, and you also can narrow it down. So
I like how you pointed out in the talk the distinction between Walter's approach to porting C code function by function, and your approach, which is just porting the whole thing all in one go. And I would like I would point out now that if you're using Visual D. Visual D makes it very easy right now to port function by function because you can mix the C and D projects in the same thing. But
in the same file even, or?
No, I don't think in the same file. No, but I mean, you can have the D file alongside the C file in the same project, and then you just link the object files there. It makes it really easy. And it's had that support for quite a while now. But please elaborate on that. I know you talked about it a little bit in the slides, but in the talk, but you didn't go into too much detail. So why do you prefer your approach to Walter's?
Well, first of all, like, I started small, so I know that, as far as I know, Walter's main experience with this translation process was with the Digital Mars, like all code, or front end to back end, and the decompiler is like 300,000 lines of code or something, and it has a test suite, so it's a very big undertaking, and I would understand there you really want to just do it incrementally because it's really important to not introduce regressions. But for me, it started with these small snippets and went larger and larger, and I was kind of like, well, I'll kind of see when it gets too large to just do it in one go, and 40,000 lines wasn't the limit. So yeah, that was kind of how it went. Like, I didn't feel the need to change my approach yet, but
right,
yeah, for really large projects, and if you have a test suite, then I would really recommend doing it incrementally. But
and I guess you would, the incremental approach, if you're talking about production code, is probably the way to go.
Yeah.
So tedious, but safer. And also, I guess porting whole hog is more fun. So if you're doing it by yourself like that, it's no problem. Let me get back to where the slides were. Tell me about this online version of your tool. What's that all about?
Yeah, so that was something I prepared for this talk.
Specifically for this? Cool.
Well, I kind of always wanted to just have a nice interface for it, like not just a command line interface, but like a little website where you can just kind of like run.dlang.io, but for this C2D translation. And for that, you need like WebAssembly. So I needed to make it compile to WebAssembly, but it took a while to figure out how to also incorporate the three-sitter C parser to WebAssembly, because that's C code, and I haven't compiled WebAssembly with a C compiler before, and it also uses some C runtime functions like malloc and realloc and free. It also fopen or fwrite to write to standard error. And for that, it uses the WASI libc runtime library, which is like these C functions, but for the browser. So then I figured took some time to figure out how to compile that and to link everything together with my decode. And also my decode has some like array concatenations, which lower to the runtime functions, which don't have an upstream WebAssembly implementation yet. So then you need to find some some projects that implement the runtime for WebAssembly and kind of use some of that. But everything came together for this talk. So now I have a nice little website where you can just try it in your browser with WebAssembly.
So is this, in terms of hobby projects, is this your current focus, or are you looking at other things right now? Do you have your fingers in other pies? What's happening here?
No, I'm currently not that much. I don't want to scale it much further. Like, I'm pretty content with how it is. I don't have any, especially with import C now, I don't have any plans to translate C libraries to D. But of course, still open to, like, if there's an issue I can easily fix or some suggestions or pull requests, I'll look at them.
You're getting some good comments here about the browser tool in the chat. Steve says, "Oh my God, never tried the browser tool. That's really cool." And somebody, Hegpets, says that browser implementation looks beautiful. Excellent work.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a really surprise to me. When I was reviewing the video after you submitted it to me, I'm sure my eyes got big. I was like, "Whoa!" That was really cool.
Yeah. Well, one thing I still may want to do with the browser tool is add a bit of a better text editor. Now I just use a plain input field with a little JavaScript hack that inserts some tabs. But I think I like using keeping things simple and plain HTML. But I think I'm just going to grab a code editor and just use that. I think there's some good ones out there.
What about
make it a little nicer to use?
What about attributes? You talked a little bit about attributes in the talk. Can you expand on what do you think about adding? No, go ahead.
So the function attributes, right?
Yeah.
The refactoring, yeah. So some of the C libraries, not glfw, but like the PNG decoder and the regular expression library. I also wanted to make them safe and pure because I like using these attributes. I think, it makes your code a lot cleaner and more portable in the case of no throw and no GC, especially when it needs to go to WebAssembly currently. So, but to do that for pure, you need to get rid of global variables, and for safe, well, C is not safe, of course. So that's a lot of refactoring, but I think it's for the better. Like, you have to. I see many C libraries use something like a start pointer and an end pointer, and use some kind of pointer math to do some bounce checks, but they are susceptible to overflow and also kind of complex when you have all these variants. And refactoring to only use slices and indices, I found out it works a lot better because it's very easy to do a bounce check on an index and an array length. The compiler does it for you, and there's no overflow there. And also the index approach also solved a bug in one of the libraries where there was a pointer to an array that then got resized. So you got a dangling pointer in the old array before it was resized, a classic problem with expandable arrays. And when using an index, that problem isn't there anymore because the index is still valid even after resizing. So I think the resulting code, apart from being bug-free and ad safe, I think it also is nicer to read.
Well, Attila is asking if you tried DPP. He's asking in a live stream chat.
I have to admit, I looked at it, but haven't really tried it. I understand it translates headers. Like, you can include it pre-processes your D files so that it can basically import C before import C. And I know it does some macro translations as well, probably a lot better than C to D currently, because that's like one of the weakest points currently. Any non-trivial macros, but yeah, I haven't looked further than that.
All right.
Like it uses libclang, just like dstep. Also, one thing I wanted to do with C2D was not use that, because I don't like, first of all, how large it is, and also that it needs to parse valid C. Like my tool just parses anything to as close to a C ASD as it can, and also outputs any translation as close as it can, because yeah, when you just get an error for something small, it's really annoying when you have to deal with that, even though you don't care about it. You just want everything apart from that small thing to translate, and not it for the tool to give up on the entire file because it found something that it doesn't understand.
Okay, we are officially in the Q&A period, the post-talk Q&A. Again, I'm going to waive the requirement for prize eligibility for the emails because we don't have a whole lot of people watching. We have more this time than we did last talk. Cool. Oh, it's not Gmail. Look at me. And I'm watching my inbox like a hawk. I had Ricky's email open and missed the sidebar there. This time I'm not doing that. But I've got a question from Ricky in email, and I've got another question from Brian in the live stream. Brian's question came in, might have come in first, I believe. So we'll go ahead and ask that one. Q&A, did you foresee a combined import C/C2D world? How can the two tools best complement each other?
I think for building C libraries, import C really is the way to go, because the problem with translating is the library updates, and then you also have to maintain the translation, which is a lot of work. So there I recommend import C, but import C isn't so good at translating definitively. Like if you want to change your C code to D code and then kind of continue maintaining the D code instead, so porting your old legacy code to D, I think that's where C2D currently still shines, because import C only works on pre-processed C files, and also the AST output that DMD generates currently isn't always valid D. It's often quite ugly. So that's where I think C2D still has a place now.
Okay, and we have a question.
Also,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, and also when you want to import C, just imports the C code only to build. But if you want to refactor or add on to it, or use the macros, like that's currently a limitation of import C. It can now read simple defines, but make macro APIs, it doesn't have a solution for that currently.
Ricky asks, what uses could you see for DMD to fully support D to C conversion, apart from making bootstrapping extremely easy?
I don't really understand the question. Like, how should DMD be? Can DMD be improved to be a translator tool?
Transpiler, I guess, converting converting D code to C code. Do you see a use case for that?
There's always been talk about C backends, so that C compilers can be used to portably enable more targets than, for example, LLVM or GDC can provide for if you have an obscure target with obscure C compiler. Other than that, yeah, it does need. I think there even was a C backend made years ago for DMD, but it's not maintained anymore. But yeah, if someone picks it up or redoes that, then that could enable C backends as well as C translation in DMD.
So yeah, Walter says import C is not good for translating C code, just compiling it. And we have a comment from Spoofer, who I hope is not spoofing us. It says I've translated or attempted to translate a few C to D code bases, and it's the getting set up is not hard, but making it idiomatic D is still hard and a lot of work.
Yes, it really is. I can attest to that. Often I think after translating it, like, oh, just quickly make it more idiomatic, and then it takes my entire weekend for the 1,000 lines library to really make it idiomatic and have all the attributes like I want to.
Well, your number one client, Steve, says he plans on not updating his D translation based on continued development of the C library. Once he adds to the D API, it will be fully D all the time. And that's the goal with C to D, right? Is to make a C library fully D, not to constantly update.
Yeah.
So, any other questions? Any other questions for Dennis? Ricky, unlucky today. We'll see if the New Zealand curse holds. Q&A from Steve. Any ideas about having a way to script C to D to handle the aftermath parts?
Currently, I don't have any plans for that. I also have to consider to maybe have that not be part of the translation, but really act on the D code instead. So more, instead of C to D, becoming a D to more idiomatic D tool. Because I really, the C to D translation currently is not very principled. It's a lot of string-based things. I'd rather have it translate from C to D as quickly as possible and then just operate on D because it's easier to parse. It's just like context-free grammar. So then the translated C code, I would then probably write a tool using a D parser and then recognize mem sets and mem copies and translate those to slices and stuff like that. For loops are a bit trickier because you need to prove that the index is not being modified in the loop body. But yeah, it could make stuff like that easier. But that's just me thinking about how it would work. I have no actual plans or work started on that yet.
You've based on your talk in London and this, you've worked on a variety of different projects. What is your favorite kind of code to write? I mean, is it parsers or is it graphics code? What scratches the itch for you?
It's really hard. I do like writing code that can be easily composed of simple functions. So that's the appeal of with parsers and translators. There is you can easily break things up into functions and then unit test those and optimize those. With graphics, I like graphics programming for other reasons, but what I dislike about that is you often have to kind of batch things You often have to batch things together for performance. So I often have like a shader program that does 5 things at once, and that makes things really complex. And so, yeah, I like various kinds of programming for different reasons. So not really one style that stands out like I love graphics programming over everything else, or I love parsers over anything else.
Well, what about solving problems versus architecting code?
Mm, I do like solving smaller problems more than working on large architecture. So,
Well, I don't necessarily mean large architecture, but I would just mean,
yeah.
is the when you're programming, I mean, for you, is it more about the problems you're solving or how you're structuring the code? Is it more of an engineering thing for you, or is it more of a creative process for you? I guess which approach is it for you for programming? I remember having a discussion with Walter about this at one of the DConfs, and we were sitting at breakfast one morning, and he was talking about how what he loves about programming is solving problems, and I said what I love about it is creatively architecting the code, and he made this face like, what the hell are you talking about, man? So I'm wondering, are you on his team or my team?
I haven't really thought about that, so I actually don't have an answer ready for that. I would really have to think about that because I never really reflect on code that way, like if I like the engineering part or the problem solving part. So yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those questions I like to ask people. It's like years ago, I found out that a lot of people told me that their dreams are in black and white, and mine are in color, and it just seemed so ridiculous, off the wall to me, that people would dream in black and white. So that's a question I used to ask people, just casually at the bar, not strangers, but people that I know. Do you dream in color or black and white?
Color for me.
Color. Okay, that's good. Yeah. So this is another thing I'm curious about, how people, what motivates them to write the code they write, that kind of thing. Ali says, I sometimes like brain dead coding that takes me to a goal that I can see. Not thinking for a while is good. And Ethan says, I can't code without knowing what the entire program is trying to do. I read code while many colleagues don't. So anything I do inherently takes in the big picture. But you've worked, Ethan, you've worked on some massive code bases too, I believe. So I think that's probably a prerequisite for that.
Yeah, one thing I do like about translating C to D, by the way, is how it's also like the code is already there. You only have to edit it. Sometimes I wonder, like, would it have been faster to write my own code from scratch instead of starting with a C library, translating it, and then refactoring it to my own likings? But in any case, the refactoring is very easy to do incrementally. You just already have the C code, you see something wrong, you change it. While the blank slate is the scariest thing for any creator to work with when creating something.
Yeah, it's an interesting comment. The MSVC compiler team decided they like game dev around 2014 because we use huge code bases and it broke their compiler. So they wanted to know how to unbreak it. And Steve says C to D has probably saved me about 10 hours of work so far. That's good. Yeah. That's something I'm really bad about, is automating things. I should have automated my bindings long time ago. I've done them manually. I guess I'm a glutton for punishment, but I've got the system down to a routine now. When I'm updating bindings or even implementing new ones, I just zip right through. I have the way I set up my editor and the C file and the header file and the D file and my copy paste technique. It's all there. It just goes quick, but it is archaic. Everybody automates stuff. So, and
I'm actually kind of recognizing, I also C to D is a bit of an exception in that regard, but otherwise I'm also not for a programmer want to quickly automate things compared to some of other people I speak.
Yeah, that was my next question. I think it was a revelation to me years ago in the D forums one day when I realized a lot of people just write scripts. I mean, you got some task you want to do, you just write a script, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting, but it never It never appealed to me. I don't know. It's
I'm
not,
often like, oh, this is probably the last time I have to do this manually, so I don't
Right.
write a script. I just do it, and then next time, oh, I should have really written a script.
But this is the last
let's do it
time.
manually for now, one more time, and the next time still more grumble, until I eventually do write a script. But it takes some time for me.
Steve used C2D on another project as a Ray GUI translation for my Raylib D binding. And let's see, Spoofer says when C2D was released, I had just done a project that took about 4 hours, and the C2D version was about 30 minutes to get to the same point. Solid win there. So it sounds like, yeah, it's a useful thing. Okay, Walter says, does it work by building a syntax tree or by translating it as it parses?
It does build a syntax tree, so it does have some problems in there because famously C is not like easy to parse without context. So there are even like the first step it does is just give let tree-sitter parse it, and then my program starts working from that AST. And there is like some code that kind of fixes some kind of mistranslation of a multiplication with a pointer declaration or something like that. I recall doing that like that, but most of the time it's kind of clear how the C is supposed to be parsed. So yeah,
Ricky,
most C code is parsed correctly.
Ricky, you don't have to worry. Walter is not eligible for the prize, so we're not going to put him in the mix. So you don't have any competition there. All right, we're coming up on the end here. I'll give you a last call for questions. I just got a weird warning here in my live stream thing. Any more questions for Dennis before we close it out? We're about just a little over 30 minutes away from the AUA. We're finally going to get Walter in the live stream today. It's interesting. He decided to stay out and watch the talks this time instead of hanging out with me the whole time, which is good. He should be watching the talks. Any more questions for Dennis? All right. Well, I should give it a little more time because of the lag, the delay. Okay, that's it. So Dennis, go ahead and close us out. Any final thoughts, closing suggestions, or pearls of wisdom?
Well, thanks for watching my talk, and please try the tool. And if you find any issues or have any feedback, feel free to leave it in the GitHub repository. And yeah, thanks.
All right. And let's see who the winner of the prize is going to be. Steve, congratulations. You get an item from the D-Link Swag Emporium. This year, I'm not giving out specific items this year. I'm giving you guys the option. Any item you want, it's yours. I'll email you about how to claim it. Spoofer says, thanks, Dennis. Really enjoy your contributions and participation in the D community. And Steve says, Dennis is awesome and super fast at fixing issues I have posted. Thanks.
Nice. Thanks.
And Steve is donating his prize to Ricky if Ricky doesn't win anything today. All right. So Dennis, thanks for being here. And I will see you in our weekly meeting on Friday.
Yes.
Have a good weekend.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And everybody else, we will be back with Walter and Attila for the Ask Us Anything. I am not going to waive the email requirement for that. I don't know how many viewers we'll have, but all questions for the AUA should go through the Q&A at dlang.org. Enjoy your break. I'll see you back here at 40 after the hour, 20 before the hour. Let me get my times straight here. Where am I? All right. Yeah, 1845 UTC is the Ask Us Anything. So I'll see you back here at 1840. Walter and Attila, since this isn't a talk, they can join me right at 1845 if they'd like. They don't have to be in early. So anyway, enjoy your break. See you in about 30 minutes. Okay, we are live. The break is over, and I am here with Walter and Attila, and we're ready for your questions. We're a few minutes early, but that's okay. We've got plenty of time for this. This is our last live stream session of the day, unless I'm absolutely crazy. Yes, this is the last live stream session of the day. Adam will be in when we're done. He comes in at 20:15 UTC for his live coding session. So you can stick around for that. But for now, it's time for questions for Walter and Attila. But before we get there, why don't you guys open us up? Is there anything you want to say to us before we begin?
Oh, well, I'm having a great time enjoying DConf. It's good to see everyone and the great talks.
Yeah, usually you're in this Jitsi instance with me, and this time you're actually enjoying the talks. It's a different experience that way, right?
Yeah. I like to, move around my office and all that stuff, and it's kind of difficult with the camera on.
Tell me about it.
So, I mainly listen to it.
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm glad you did. It let you experience the talks. And Attila, anything you want to say to everybody?
I should have checked when DConf Online was before I booked flights to Pacific time zone.
Where are you now, Attila?
Yeah.
Where, at a hotel or?
Yeah, hotel in Belltown. I would send you an email about me,
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay, let me remind everyone who has been here throughout the evening or the day, and those of you just joining us, we're taking questions for this AUA via email. Q&A@dlang.org. Put the target of the question in the subject, your question in the body, and the name you want me to address you by in the live stream. So that's how we're going to handle this. Everyone who asks a question will get their name entered once in a drawing for a prize if it's answered. So that's where we are. We still don't have a lot of people watching this time, so that's fine. But we're still going to take email questions rather than the live stream. It's just easy for me to follow them when they're when the chat's full like this. So
Attila, I see you copied my hairstyle.
I've been cutting it this way for 2 decades now. The only difference is it's grayer.
Yeah. I think we should copy Mike's hairstyle, the buns on the side.
Yeah, that doesn't happen with this. This grows upwards.
Yeah.
At least it did. I don't know what it does anymore.
Yeah,
I don't let it grow.
I spend hours every morning.
Yeah, curling it. Yeah, I get it. And put a bit of butter on it, and you can eat it later.
Cinnamon rolls, sticky buns.
Cinnamon rolls, yes. That's
all
what
right.
they had in Hardware Wars. The parody of Star Wars. They were wearing cinnamon rolls.
Oh yeah. That's an easy one to do. For a minute there, I thought you said Car Wars. I was like, what?
No, Hardware Wars.
Yeah, Hardware Wars. Yeah. Car Wars was a game. You ever heard of it?
No.
Yeah, Steve Jackson Games. I was really into that when I was a kid. It's not a role playing game like D&D, but you had this arena. It was on paper, graph paper, and you had these little cardboard cutouts that represented your cars, and you had a sheet of paper where you designed your car, the engine components, the weapons, and all this other stuff, and you just use the dice to have a battle between cars in an arena, and it was pretty fun. But
something I looked into.
But we are here not to talk about Car Wars. So where's our questions, guys? It is AUA. It's time to ask them anything. I have a question. What are you going to talk about at the next DConf?
No idea.
Yeah, I certainly have no idea. Well, I have a question for the community. On the news groups, there's people constantly talking about clearing up and fixing the corner cases and rough edges of D. And it seems every time I try to do that, somebody comes out and says I broke their code and I should not be doing this. So I find this to be a rather unresolvable dilemma. So what do you guys think? You know, how should this be resolved?
Ideally, with some way to fix their code for them automatically, if that's possible.
That's one way. The ones I'm thinking about, that it's not really possible to do it automatically.
Mm.
When I suggest using revert or something, then they object to that too.
Spoofer says LTS releases and then break things.
Well, I think we really need to do something similar to additions or epochs and be able to make breaking changes with the past that aren't breaking because the old code still works the same.
Well, even when you fix bugs, you're often breaking things. It's not so simple as just having we only do bug fixes in this, because what's a bug fix and what's a breaking change it's not at all clear.
Yeah, people have different ways of working and may even depend on that bug's behavior. I've heard multiple stories of people doing rewrites that don't work because, and this is where I picked up the phrase, it has to be bug compatible with the old version.
Brian Callahan says either an LTS release or dash standard equals D22, like, C or C++.
Nah, I think if we do it, it has to be module by module, I think, instead of a line thing.
Ricky says we really need to talk with Ian about an LTS branch since he has already maintained one. When did
Is Ian here?
No, Ian's not here.
Okay.
No. Steve says almost all changes in D are breaking changes because of the introspection capabilities.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
But I really don't want us to, fall into C++ land where I was talking about this with Andre the other day, where all the corner cases get carefully documented and then it becomes frozen solid and never changes. And so how C++ evolves is people layer on new features and, ignore the previous ones. But it makes the language ever more complicated and kludgier to do that because nothing ever gets cleaned up. It just gets another layer put over it. And I've heard some comments from C++ people and some increasing sentiment on the Hacker News that C++ is kind of reaching a breaking point with all this layered on complexity. And, Herb Sutter is working on CPP2, which is a reimagining of C++. And then you've got Sean Baxter doing the same thing. And, the sentiment kind of appears to be shifting towards a negative with C++ with these increasing layers of complicated additions to it and not fixing the stuff that later turned out to be suboptimal or broken in the past. So I don't want to head down that path. I know that breaking changes are painful, but we're sitting on the horns of a dilemma here.
Okay, we have a question from Mike Shaw in email, and I'll get to that in a minute. But I do want to keep on this as long as people are commenting on it. I think Steve says, I think the only way forward is to just break things and have an organized way to do it, like what Spoofer said, have a path for people who don't want breaking changes.
Well, that's kind of what the revert switchers are for, but that doesn't seem to be a good enough solution either.
Okay, I think this was probably, I don't think this was a serious question, but Brian Callahan said earlier, import C++ when?
When? I wish. The thing is, it took me 10 years to write a C++ compiler, and that's a C++ 98 compiler, not a C++, 20 compiler. So as far as writing it the way I import C is written, unless I did that as a full-time job or somebody else picks it up, it isn't going to happen. The only way it probably could happen is to use the Clang library to do the C++ for you. And even then, I think it would be a very difficult job.
It would.
I would dearly like to do an import C++, but it's just seems impractical.
Yeah, I think the only way to do it is the way the Carbon people are doing it, which is to basically take the C++ and interface with it at the ASC level.
You mean translate it to C and then import the C code?
No. Internally compile it. So parse it, have an ASC, and then interface directly with the ASC, because some of the concepts can't be translated to D. This is why I stopped working on translating in DPP, because some of the things aren't translatable.
Right. I know that. That's why to implement import C, there are these special C-only semantic routines in there. There are not many of them, but there are enough to make a source-to-source translation impractical, shall we say.
Well, when I encountered as reference the in C++ that's on the library, then I realized I can't translate this by hand. So I definitely don't know how to write a program that can do it automatically either, because there are no reference types in these, and therefore I can't write a template to tell me if it's a reference type or not, because they don't exist. And then I realized that thing's going to be used in SpinA somewhere, and I need to recognize that pattern to make it into template constraints in D. And there's like 4 different ways of doing it with enable if alone. So
yeah, SFNA, when that appeared in C++, I couldn't believe it. No. That's one reason why D has the traits compiles thing. Is that they clearly mark what should compile and to test if something should compile, not just oh, that didn't work, so we're just going to ignore this whole part of the code. I didn't like that. I don't think it's a good design.
All right, we have a question from Mike Shaw. Any anecdotal reports of new D projects in industry that you know about? I'm asking because I'd like to share with my students.
Not anything I can share.
Yeah, I've got a couple people talking about that with email, but I'm not supposed to talk about them. I think Ali might know of a couple. Is Ali with us?
Yeah, are you in the live chat, Ali? He was in the beer conf earlier. Yes.
No, I just follow the news group and fix problems. That's what I do all day.
Yeah, Ali's in the chat. Ali, do you know of any companies using D that we aren't aware of?
Oh, there was the company that offered to help us with
which we haven't announced yet.
We haven't announced yet. Okay.
Yeah. But they announced that they're using D. They announced that they're using D. Eucora. So that's we'll have more to say about them later. Yeah. Yeah, and Mike Shah is presenting tomorrow. He's got a continuation of the talk he did in London on ray tracing in D. He's talking about some optimizations and changes he's made to the ray tracer in the intervening months. It's a good talk. Yeah, okay, so Ali doesn't know anything that we aren't aware of already, so okay.
Ali, I thought you knew all the secret stuff.
All right, more questions for Walter and Attila, please. You know, I was so worried about this, you know, that noisy chat we had last year. It was just, you know, going up and so many questions, and now it's like crickets.
Oh.
Well, I think it's got to do with the pandemic as well, right? Back then, a lot of people were stuck at home, and therefore, yeah, sure, I'll join a live chat about the on a Saturday because I've got nothing better to do.
Well,
I mean, that's why I basically stopped going to DConf because it started when, well, I'm going to be home anyway. And afterwards, not so much.
Well, for me, I think I mean, I enjoy this part of it, but I think for me, the impact of DConf Online is, you know, it comes after. So the videos are staying on YouTube and drawing views. Spoofer asks, Spoofer, is this in? Okay, we've got an email question from Steve, and I'll get to that. But Spoofer, if you want. Okay, we still don't have a lot of people, so I'll waive the email requirement anyway. But yeah, I'll get to Steve's question. Spoofer asks, when's the pattern matching dip draft? When are we going to get a draft? Yeah, when are we going to have it?
Oh. Well, I kind of set that aside for the moment while I was working on a bunch of problems people said were critical, but I can get back to it. I think it's pretty close to ready to go as a draft. Yeah, I think people have been pretty clear about what they want and don't want in it. So I don't know, maybe by the end of the year we can dump it on Mike's desk.
Dump it.
Yeah, there we go.
Steve asks, speaking of breaking changes, are there any large things you would like to break if there were no drawbacks?
Yeah,
well,
so many.
Auto decode. That's probably the biggest one that causes us the most problems. Probably do safe by default.
Yeah, definitely.
Probably I would rather use some types than exception handling. I just I worked with exception handling for a long time, and it just seems like a great idea, and it's just not. I try to make all my own code so it doesn't throw exceptions.
Well, the problem using some types is there has to be a mechanism for propagating the errors up, because otherwise it's cumbersome to use. And to the extent of my knowledge, I've only seen Rust do that properly. They have a macro basically saying, I don't care if this is an error, return error. But that requires macros.
Yeah. As you know, I'm not a big fan of macros, but there probably could be some other way of making that work.
I haven't seen any.
Ricky,
well,
it's
my job to figure out that stuff.
Well,
we
do it in
first innovation.
That has problems of its own.
Ricky says, I hope I'm going to be owing Walter a lot of beers, assuming he gets DLLs working correctly.
Well, I'm sort of blocked at the moment. My PRs to move in that direction have all come to a complete standstill. So,
is there anything anybody can do to help?
Well, somebody can, like approve them and this. It's kind of frustrating. I seem to be spending all my time arguing about the PRs instead of accomplishing things. So I moved away from that for the time being and trying to, work on things that are going to get approved.
Makes sense.
Because one of the things I was working on was, Better C doesn't support static constructors, but it does support Pragma's CRT constructor. But Pragma's CRT constructor has some weaknesses with it. It started out as just a kludge I threw in there, and so I put in a pull request to fix it and make it a much better supported thing, and it's just stalemated. And I went back and forth about how to fix some of the module info problems, and getting the CRT constructors to work as a major part of that. So that has to move forward before I can fix the module info stuff.
Okay, Ali, I'll try it with slow mode off tomorrow. I turned it on today because of what happened in London to our live stream there with all the spam. So I'll turn it off tomorrow and see if we're okay. I haven't seen any spam today. So this discussion on the DLLs, the dips, exceptions. So Ricky says he's working on dip for value type exceptions. It's mostly done. He just needs the literature review. And Steve says, please don't remove exceptions. I actually like exceptions. Making them more efficient would be helpful. See my recent posts on DIP 1008. So I guess this isn't a question from them, but I would have a question on this. What about DIP 1008? I think we marked it as postponed. And I know there was an implementation in the compiler, right? Of
DIP 1008 is implemented, and it did what it was supposed to.
Okay, Walter, hang on just a second. We're losing your audio there, so let's let that little storm pass, and then we get you to start again. Okay, I think you're good now.
Okay, DIP 1008 is implemented and it works. The problem is the backtrace code that was added to D runtime does not work with DIP 1008, and I don't really know why it doesn't work with DIP 1008, and I don't know how the backtrace code works. So I was hoping somebody who understood how the backtrace code worked could look into fixing it. But that's where the choke point is on it. If you don't care about backtraces, DIP 1008 works.
All right, isn't it about the GC allocations?
Yeah, backtrace is doing something with the GC, and I don't know what. And being a backtrace, you don't really care about recycling the memory because you're leaving the program. So there's no reason for the backtrace to require the GC at all. It can just allocate memory and then forget about it. It's not a big deal.
I recall Razvan bringing this up before. He had a couple of potential solutions for it, but yeah, so just use malloc, right?
Yeah, that's the backtrace can just use malloc, and it doesn't even have to free it because it's exiting the program. You don't need to manage memory when you're leaving the program.
Unless, of course, you store the backtrace somewhere and carry on with the program because you caught it.
Oh, then you kind of deserve what you get, I think. The backtrace is for a fatal exception, and you shouldn't be catching those and trying to, restart your program or continue running.
But I mean,
well, it could be a server, and it could be just logging the backtrace and then carry on.
Yeah, because I mean, exceptions aren't necessarily supposed to be fatal. The errors are, but not exceptions.
No, there are two kinds of exceptions.
There's errors and exceptions.
And there's errors which are fatal.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's the throwables, the exception class, which is catchable and recoverable. But do we need backtrace for the recoverable?
Time out. Steve says, I have a PR incoming that will remove GC usage from trace info.
Well,
Fantastic.
thank you, Steve.
Yeah, but even the error stuff, it gets more complicated, because imagine you're writing an Excel add-in and you say, well, errors, what can you do? The problem is you don't want to crash Excel for the user. And if you don't catch the error and try to continue, that's what will happen.
And
because out of bounds are errors as well. So we've had problems with that in the past.
Yeah, there's you can't recover from a fatal error in D. It's not designed to, and in fact you can't, because if you have a bounds error and stuff, it's not recoverable. Your program has failed. And how that can be recovered in Excel, I don't know, but whatever decode you wrote for Excel, if it's throwing fatal errors, it's bad code. You got to fix it.
Sure, but the add-in should fail and not work anymore, but don't take Excel down with you, which is what would happen otherwise.
I don't know how Excel macros in D work, but if you're running them in the same application or the same process space, you're going to have that problem whenever you have a bug in the D code. It's going to bring down Excel with it. There's no escape on it. The only escape on that is you actually run the code in a sandbox or in a separate process. And then when the process fails, you just take down the process, not Excel, and restart the process.
Right, but it's a shared library that gets loaded in. So basically what we do is we have to catch errors and print a message out and then hope for the best, because otherwise...
You can still do that even if you're allocating memory and not freeing it.
Sure.
Okay, so you still don't really need to recover the memory on this, because you're not going to be failing and producing gigabytes of stack traces. It's just, something horrible has happened, and you don't really need to account for that situation. I want to address Stephen's point about removing exception handling. We're not removing exception handling. The question was, if there was a feature I could remove, what would I pick? And that would probably be exception handling. But I absolutely know that there's far too much code that's totally dependent on it, and there's just no way we can remove it.
I mean, it's similar. I forgot to say, but I should have replied with classes. Even though we're not going to remove them.
I was about to say that. You mentioned it last year in your talk.
Classes.
Yeah.
I mean, I wrote a library showing that they're not necessary in the language. You don't need them.
Yeah, but 20 years ago, I didn't know that.
Sure, of course, and we're not going to take them away now. But it's
Robert's going to fight you.
In a language with compile time reflection, you just don't need it.
Oh, Adam's going to fight you too. Class is so good. But I wanted to get this comment from Adam in earlier that I didn't have a chance to get in yet. He's saying D exceptions used to be more efficient than they used to. D exceptions used to be more efficient than they are now, but it got changed for more compatibility with C++.
Really?
Yeah, I guess.
I know what he's talking about. I originally wrote it with my own exception handling scheme, which did meet the C++ spec for it. But the way ELF exceptions work is very complicated. And in order to be compatible with ELF exceptions, I had to, rewrite the whole thing. And yeah, it's slower and much more complicated.
Or actually, I might have twisted that. He wrote used to be in both instances. It might have been D exceptions used to be more efficient than they are. I guess that's what I said, right? Okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what you said.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. It's the ELF exception unwinding mechanism is ridiculously complicated, and these the original D's exception unwinding mechanism is very simple. Well, for one thing, we only have to support certain kinds of objects, not any value type. That makes a difference too.
All right, guys, let's get your questions. We've only actually had a couple of them so far. We've got time, plenty of time. Adam's live stream isn't for another hour. So we're going to break in about 45 minutes. Yeah. I'm wondering, oh, Mike sent one more just now, Mike Shaw. Thank you, Mike. Google Summer of Code 2023 was recently announced. Any particular projects you'd like to see proposed? In particular, do you think some project proposals on iOS and Android support may be of high value?
I agree. That'd be great.
Oh,
WebAssembly and, God only knows how many other things I'd like to see for the.
every time I propose something, people go do something else. So I'm kind of reluctant to propose anything.
Yeah, well, I can say, last year we didn't apply because I missed the deadline. I completely forgot about it. And this year we are all in. Razvan and Dennis and I had a meeting yesterday for me being Saturday. So the meeting was Friday, Friday afternoon for them. And we talked about our plans for applying to the Google Summer of Code this year. So we're going to start making some announcements about that. I personally don't have any particular specific projects that I'd like to see. And I guess Walter's reluctant.
Well, I do.
Well, go ahead. Say it. Don't be shy.
Robert brought this up. We have Visual D in Visual Studio, but apparently the plugins for other languages are far more advanced than Visual D is. So improving Visual D would have a large leverage effect on getting people to use D and making it attractive for them to use D, because the modern way of coding is to use an IDE, and D's support in IDEs currently is not as good as other languages. So that would be a very, very helpful thing to do, is making any progress on making the Visual C plugin for D work better.
Steven Spoofer, I see your questions. I'll get to them momentarily, but keep going, Attila. Sorry.
I think it was the language server that he was talking about. Using the MD there.
So any progress on that would be good.
Yeah, actually, now that you mentioned that, Robert also talked about he would like to see DMD as a daemon compiler. Service, daemon service running in the background. So it would be the language server, and it would monitor the file system for changes and compile in the background. That would be pretty friggin' awesome. The more I think about it, the more that would be good. So I guess I do have a project I would like to see. However, I'm not sure if Google Summer of Code is using the shortened schedule this year that they had last year. They reduced the length of the event last year, so I haven't looked into that yet. But that would affect what kind of projects we propose, I think. Steve asks, what is your favorite beer for BeerConf?
Rainier beer, of course.
I'm not sure, because I was just in Brazil for a month, and where I was in Brazil didn't have a good selection of beers, so I was drinking Heineken the whole time. And as soon as I got here to Seattle, I ordered a pale ale, and as soon as I tasted it, I was like, "Oh my God, real beer! I missed you." I don't know what it was though.
Spoofer asks, has anything changed in the @safe by default consideration?
No.
Not yet.
We do have a dip in the queue, a draft dip in the PR queue.
I know.
But I contacted the author a while back, asking if they were ready for moving forward, and I didn't hear anything back yet. So I'll ping them again soon.
Well, especially since Walter's, break with tradition. We can't do dips because I know what I think we should do anyway. So I've made some comments on that dip, and it's probably easier if I just write one because that's what I should do.
Yeah, I think we get, that rule has been prohibitive for us. I don't think it's helped us, and I think it's time we got rid of it. You know, you guys should be able to write your own dips. I think you should. I really think you should. So, back to the language server stuff. Ricky says, by the way, Ricky, if you want to ask a question, you've only got a couple people in competition right now for the prize. So, right now, I'm pretty certain DCD server can be rewritten to use DMD front end. Visual D has already got it in use in this context.
Awesome.
Yeah, basically you just replace the main program with a
using
daemon
DCDs works, but it has the UFCS limitation, and so it really doesn't know where the function came from. And that is quite annoying. And DMD obviously doesn't have that problem.
Okay, more questions. DCD just got support for UFCS.
Good to know.
Great.
Yeah, you know, we've got that talk tomorrow from Larry Hemsley on, he's giving an overview of a bunch of editors in the D ecosystem. He's just basically going down the editors on the wiki page, looking at which ones are still active and what their feature support is. And I was surprised there were a couple that are still active that I didn't know anybody was still using. That was news to me. But I think plugin support broadly through the ecosystem is not that great. Like there's plugins for like Sublime Text that, you know, haven't been maintained. They've been abandoned, and other editors out there like that. I think what Jan is doing, WebFreak, what he's doing with the Code D and Serve D is just fantastic. You know, that he's still going. And you know what? And the other thing, IntelliJ, as far as I know, that's pretty much a one-man team. Is that right, Ricky? I know you like IntelliJ, right? But the plugin for the D plugin for IntelliJ is still active. We have a question from N. What would be the key reasons to... Okay, there's a few people working on IntelliJ. What would be the key reasons to learn D if we already spend time to learn Rust? I'm open to the idea, but not sure if I should take that path.
The number one reason is simplicity. It's just easier and simpler to write code in D because you don't have to care about lifetimes because of the GC.
Yeah, I've heard that from other people too. With Rust, you spend so much time trying to deal with your memory allocation issues that it's hard to prototype a solution to a problem with it. Because when you prototype, you want to keep trying different things and different data structures and different organizations. And Rust makes that very, very difficult to do. Whereas D, you can, it's much easier to prototype a solution without having to worry about the borrow checker or anything like that. So I think it's probably writing Rust may be best if you're translating an existing working program to Rust and trying to develop it in Rust to begin with. But I'm not a Rust developer, so maybe I'm wrong about that.
Even then, you'd have to take care of the borrow checker by converting that code. So, but yeah, it's just going to be a lot easier to write D code. I don't think anybody would argue Python v Rust what's easier to write. And I don't think it's very different if you replace Python with D in this context.
My discovery with C after years of using it is C code is very brittle. It's very hard. All the C programs I had use the same algorithms they started out with. And the reason is because it's hard to change the algorithms in C code. And one of the big reasons is memory allocation. Once you figure out your data structure and who owns it and where you free this stuff, it becomes very, very difficult to change the code. So D offers a lot of plasticity. One of the plasticity things is there's no distinction between dot and arrow in D. So if you want to switch something from a value type to a reference type or vice versa, you just change the type. You don't have to go change all the code along with it. And with C, you're looking at, oh my God, I've got to, do a search and replace on hundreds and hundreds of right arrows to switch them to a dot or vice versa. So, although technically Rust code can be as fast as any other language, I think practically it's going to have a hard time because you're probably using a less efficient algorithm in Rust because it's so hard to rewrite it into a more efficient algorithm, whereas with D, it's easy.
Okay, Bruce, your question is in my mental queue, which is somewhat functioning still. Steve asks, here we go. Is there any thought to making WASM an official platform, WebAssembly?
The problem is always who's going to work on it. It's not like we're opposed. I mean, that would be great, but
yeah, I'm all for it. I thought
LDC, we need implementation. We need,
Doesn't LDC support it out of the box right now?
I would assume so.
Yeah, I believe they do. Wow. Yeah, but
I think we're good then, aren't we?
Yeah, but it's not an official platform. But the thing about making it an official platform is resources. Where do they come from? So
yeah, that's always the problem.
Yeah, there's Adam noted that we still need to upstream D runtime support. So there's a project out there that Sebastian Kappa started that he hasn't had time to finish on a WASM D runtime. And I know, Adam, you had something, didn't you? A mini runtime or something for WASM. And Bruce asks, does the front end architecture admit a relatively simple multi-target single source capability down the road? This would be useful for multi-target libraries.
The front end already supports switch selectable targets. So you can generate Windows object files on the when you're running the compiler on Linux and vice versa. And I should have done that a long time ago. It really made things nicer because I don't always have to boot up another platform just to fix a bug in it. I can just generate the object file and go, oh, I know where the problem is, and just fix it. So it's a big time saver as well as making cross compilation possible. The problem is the linker. I can generate the object files, but I don't have any control over the linker. So how do I do a cross platform link? Like how do I run Microsoft Linker when I'm running the compiler in a Linux box? That's not an easy problem to solve. I mean, you could run the Microsoft ecosystem under an emulator, but that's probably just a major project getting that to work.
And Steve notes that also official support means that PRs to the library or compiler must build with WASM to be accepted. Oh, sorry, that was you were talking about the architecture. Sorry, I interjected that there out of context. And Bruce says multi-target with regards to CPU variant, not OS.
Don't we do that already? There are switches for the instruction set. It's more specifically what level of SIMD support there is.
But what about like getting on ARM, for example?
Well, that won't work with DMD because it doesn't have an ARM backend. But it should work with LDC or GDC.
No, but I mean specifically in the front end, is there anything? What was the question again? Simple multi-target single source capability.
I'm not understanding the question because DMD in each instance of it supports all of the targets that it supports.
Bruce expands here to enable CPU ID based patching or dispatch at runtime.
Oh, I see what you're talking about now. The way to do that is you write two modules, each with different CPU switches, and then you have a third module decide which function you're going to call. I mean, you've always had the ability to do that. Trying to switch CPUs in the middle of compilation of a module is probably not a good idea anyway. But if you separate out your CPU specific code into two different modules, and then you decide when you're calling it which module you're going to execute, you can make that switch at runtime.
Okay, looks like I have a question in the email from Dennis for Walter and Attila. What are your thoughts on programming with AI, such as GitHub Copilot or ChatGPT? I've enjoyed using Copilot for D auto-completion and wonder if maybe we shouldn't be too concerned about improving IDE support with servd if, quote, traditional autocomplete might become obsolete anyway.
Wow, that's a great thought.
It's a good question. I haven't tried Copilot yet. It's on my list of things to look at. So I haven't programmed with AI trying to write the code for me yet. And as far as ChatGPT goes, I'm still trying to figure out how to better use it. I'm not sure I trust it to write decode right now, because the thing is I'd have to read the whole thing anyway. So I'm not sure. Basically, I don't think I have enough experience with either of those two things to have an informed opinion right now.
Well, I don't have experience with it either, but that won't stop me from pontificating about it. I think if Copilot works and it's a tool that is on GitHub, why do we need to sort of reinvent the wheel here?
Well, there is the issue about license violations. Apparently,
Oh, right.
That's Microsoft's problem, not ours.
no. If it goes into your project, if the code that is being auto-completed goes into your source code base, then your project is violating the license potentially if there's a violation.
But that's Microsoft's problem because they run Copilot.
But the code is in your code base.
Yeah. Well, I would have to then enable, the user would have to enable Copilot for their code base in order to use Copilot.
No. We're talking about auto completion. Copilot generates. Okay, you're going to put in a code snippet or an autocomplete or whatever, but it wouldn't happen with autocomplete, but it would happen with code snippets. But you're going to paste this code from Copilot automatically into your code base, and this code violates. This code has a license, and you don't realize this code has that license, and now that's
Copilot's responsibility. It has to be responsible to give you snippets that you can use.
Yeah, but
it's a completely useless tool.
And Mike Shaw just says, I think program synthesis research is working on this probably someday. But I only mention this because this was just all over Reddit recently, a few weeks ago. And Steve says,
in any case, I think that even with tools like this, we still need language server, because you're going to read the code more often than you're going to write it anyway, which means you still want to jump to definition, know all the call sites for this particular function, that kind of thing. So it doesn't matter how the code got written, you're still going to need to navigate it and read it. And you're going to do that more often than writing.
And Steve says, I'm with Walter, then don't use Copilot.
Well, it's what does Copilot use for its training data? If it's
Open source
using private
projects.
repositories, it shouldn't be using those. But if they're public repositories on open source licenses, just,
Yeah, but
the other thing is, it's not a copyright violation to copy a snippet of code. It has to be a substantive snippet. Okay, just like if I copy 10 words out of a copyrighted book, that's not copyrightable. There's some minimum number of words it has to be before it's a copyright violation.
Well,
so if you're just like, what is the next keyword I use or what is the next expression I use, that's not really copyrightable anyway. Especially if you make it public. Well, you shouldn't pry into people's private databases anyway, okay? But if it's a public database, it shouldn't matter what the license is if you're going to use snippets from it. As long as they're under a certain size. That's my I am not a lawyer legal opinion.
yeah, well, we have a comment here from Spoofer. It largely depends on how much people spend on lawyers. So better call Saul.
Yeah, well, there is precedent for that. So, though, like I said, I'm not a lawyer, and if you need legal advice, talk to a real lawyer.
Well, you could just do what people do on YouTube when they post copyrighted music. Just put a comment at the bottom and say "No copyright intended," whatever that means. That'll cover you, won't it?
Well, I long ago decided that I didn't care if people copied my code. I figured that's the sincerest form of flattery. So go ahead and copy it. That's why it's Boost licensed. I don't care anymore. I used to worry all about that stuff, 20, 30 years ago. Not anymore. Just there it is. I write it. If you want to use it, go ahead. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I take that as a compliment if you want to use it.
Yeah, Steve, I couldn't believe when I saw that on YouTube. People just copy and paste it all over their video descriptions. No copyright intended. I don't know where they get it. More questions for Walter and Attila, please. I have a question. Do you have any plans for Christmas?
Yeah, family.
I'm doing it right now. Come to Seattle. Because my brother lives here, so I came here to go spend time.
Oh, good.
It reminds me I need to buy his kids gifts now.
Yeah, I sent my nieces and nephews Amazon e-gift cards. Let them buy what they want. What's the next big thing for D in the next 5 years? That's the question from Spoofer.
I think memory safety. We're already pretty close.
Yeah.
We just have to, take the last few steps, and then we've got it. I think we've got a clear path to memory safety, and we just have to follow it.
I mean, if I have to pick the big thing for D for the next 5 years, it would be to have that compiler daemon, because it would just fundamentally alter how we work and the feedback loops. Because it's just life's too short for me to wait for the compiler and the linker. I think that the linker takes time too, and it'd be great if I didn't even have to link anything.
Well, I have many times thought about having the compiler directly generate an executable without going through a link step.
I don't even want to generate an executable though.
Oh, you just want it to run?
Yep. Just run my tests and run the tests that need running. I just do it.
Yeah, you have a point there.
I think by the time that I'm producing a binary that someone else can execute, I'm bored now. Like that's just not interesting. That's just a delivery mechanism after I've done the real work. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, one of the things I liked when I was using Eclipse to program Java is how it just compiled the file in the background. You know, it was constantly compiled. But it would be different for us. You wouldn't be able to get the final executable probably every time you compile the file, but you could get the object files anyway.
Well, like in the Livestream, I think that's when I mentioned it. What I really want is to go from editing to my tests to run as fast as possible. And I don't really care how. And so the problem there is, of course, emitting the object files and, well, emitting the code and then linking takes time. But how much time will it take to interpret instead, for instance, or to generate some sort of bytecode instead? So it's the whole pipeline that needs to be measured and, for me, optimized so that it goes from editing the code to running the tests as fast as possible.
Yeah, that's the REPL idea.
Yeah. But it isn't clear to me if, an interpreter is faster or bytecode or JIT.
Well, CTFE, our CTFE shows that interpreting the ASTs is a slow way of doing it. That's probably a design decision I wouldn't do if I was doing it over again.
We've got another question from Steve. He says, is there a definitive plan for Phobos v2? I ask because I would love to just resume my goal of removing auto decoding from Phobos v1 if Phobos v2 isn't going to happen.
It's going to happen. There's a plan. I'm just not working on it yet because I think there are things that need to be fixed first. But that's what I want to do. I think that the logical sequence of operations is continue the work I was doing in the previous switches, then finish allocators and take it out of experimental, and then Phobos v2. Because I don't think it makes sense for me to work on Phobos v2 when allocators aren't even part of Phobos v1 properly yet. And I need to talk to Andre because of some of the questions I raised during DConf about allocators. And that, of course, by itself is already quite a significant chunk of work because you need to be sure about the API, especially if you're going to take it out of experimental, because then, it's going to be there forever. Well, for Phobos v2. We'll try to get it right the first time around.
We've got another question from Bruce. What are the barriers to using Mold? It's a linker. It's a faster linker, in case you haven't heard of it, as opposed to LLD.
I'm using it now, so I'm not aware of any problems. I'm using it every day. That is the linker I'm using in my system.
I don't know anything about it, so.
I mean, it's something that does. I hate waiting. It's faster. Of course, I know about it. Of course, I've been using it. So it's the linker in my system. I just symlinked LD to LD.mold instead. Now, there were some problems before, but the author seems to have fixed them. Particularly when I was working on DND and Phobos, it was producing binaries that crashed. I don't think that's happening anymore, but I'm not sure if it's been a while. But for the rest of the D work I've been using Mold daily for, I don't know, months.
Is there a Windows version of Mold?
Don't know, and can't say I care too much.
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't. Thought I'd ask anyway.
I mean, if on Windows, it's already so slow that it barely matters what you're using.
Ricky says, I'm pretty sure the entire design of standard.experimental.allocators is going to be a pretty big mistake. It takes a few too many assumptions, especially with I shared allocator versus I allocator.
I would love to be able to discuss that at length.
No quick comments now?
I'm not sure about those interfaces myself, so I don't know specifically what he's talking about. I think I need to talk to Ricky to know. It's possible he's right. I don't know.
More questions? Ricky says, I've done my own allocator library based upon it, so I'm not just talking nonsense.
Sure. But again, I need to talk to you to know what it is you think.
So Adam wants to know very strenuously, are y'all going to watch my code session?
I'm hungry now, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. It's on
Yeah,
my
me
computer.
too.
Yeah. I've got the
So I
live
have
stream.
to run a quick errand, but I'll be back and then I'll tune in.
Yeah, I've got to keep an eye on it because I got to know when he finishes. So, but I'm not watching because I'm forced to watch, Adam. I'm watching because I want to watch. Here's a question. Did anything about the community governance ideas go anywhere? We're going to have an announcement when we can about something that we're doing right now that's related to that. We've got everything on pause. It's the governance proposal that we discussed in a meeting a while back. Was rejected pretty much, not quite unanimously, but it was rejected. And so what we settled on was that ecosystem management team that I have mentioned several times, and that's still on the books. But I've keep saying that's for next year, and we're maybe going to delay it a little while longer because we're doing something right now that's going to. I don't want to say too much about it until we announce it, but I think that we're going to be able to approach this in a way that's going to make it more effective and efficient than the original idea I had. That's our goal anyway. We're basically learning some new skills to apply to management. So more on that when I can announce. A question from Max. Any thoughts on how to fix the quote, write a type that behaves like a built-in slice, end quote, challenge proposed by Andre and then more recently by Amory? Write a type that behaves like a built-in slice.
Well, I don't really know specifically where slices fall short, so I can't really answer that. But yes, I think we should be able to write a custom type that behaves like a built-in slice.
Steve says, try it. It's hard.
I think I will.
So, try it and come up with a specific list of the shortcomings.
Spoofer says, after the some types pattern matching, reviewing how const interacts with things and addressing with a head mutable or whatever solution would be a great next thing.
I know Dead Linux also complains about that, but I can't get anything specific out of him. He just says it doesn't work, and I guess I need specifics. Okay, write a piece of code that doesn't work. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, that sounds too abstract to me right now as well.
Alexander asks, how about organizing a fund to order an official IDE for D from JetBrains? Don't think it's going to work that way.
No, I don't think so. I don't think we're getting enough donations to begin with. Who knows how much they charge?
Yeah, we don't have $1 million budgets.
We had a hard time raising $3,000 for pull request manager's quarterly payment before Symmetry started sponsoring us for it. So Well, guys, there is a plugin for D. There is a D plugin for IntelliJ that I was talking about earlier, and it's I don't remember what the name is, but it's there, and he makes the guy who's leading the project. His handle on the forums is Singing Bush, I think, and he makes periodic announcements in the forums, and he's always looking for more help. So if anybody is using IntelliJ, please consider giving some help to that project in any way that you can.
I'd also like to point out that you can't just buy an IDE from JetBrains. I mean, it's going to have to be maintained. So it's not just the expense to build it, it's going to be a considerable long-term expense trying to contract it to be maintained. And that's kind of, frankly, it's beyond our means at the moment to do that. What we'd love to do is convince JetBrains to do it on their own.
Anybody got any inside pull at JetBrains? That's how we got into the Amazon and Facebook conferences. We got our conferences at Amazon and Facebook was inside pull. So.
Yep.
All right. This is the final call for questions. If you have a question you'd like to ask, get it in now. We've been doing these. I've done a couple of these interviews with Walter on our YouTube channel, where we sit and chatted about D. And I think the next time I have this chat with Walter, we're going to talk about the future instead of the past. Yeah. So I'll have a long list of questions for you then, I'm sure. And
that'll be fun.
Yeah. And I'm going to try to expand those. So I'm curious from Walter and Attila and anybody in the community, what kind of content would you like to see on our YouTube channel going forward? I have plans for a tutorial to talk about things as basic fundamental stuff as, object files and linking and all that, the stuff that we don't normally cover in detail. So I got some plans for that. What other kinds of content would you like to see on our YouTube channel?
Well, one thing that seems to be popular that other people do is they turn on a screen recorder and record themselves developing a project. So I think that could be pretty cool, especially if you're writing a smaller project, to just turn on the screen recorder and start writing it and debugging it and sort of talking about what you're doing while you're doing it. Those kind of videos seem to be immensely popular, and they seem like easy to make. Just requires somebody to do it.
DMD development with Walter Bright.
Yeah, I should do it myself. I've actually thought of doing that, and I tried it once. It didn't work out too well. But
Brian. Brian Callahan says you're stealing my talk and workshop tomorrow, Walter. He has 15 videos as part of that workshop, 15 clips.
Well,
and I'm going to be uploading them, publishing them all tomorrow, so you'll be able to watch it. But it's not live.
Absolutely, I'm glad to see this happening, and ideas for more. I don't think we can have enough of those. So there is no like, oh, it's been done. It's any project you're working on, if you want to, record yourself working on it, I think would make a good video.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of ways we can use YouTube Shorts to just spread the word. Interesting things we could put on there. I'll have to focus on that for a while. Anything from you, Attila, that you'd like to see? Any content?
Tutorials mostly, I think, so that there's material for people to learn D. But mostly just people using D to build something cool, I think, especially for playing to its strengths. Because I think it's also hard to explain what really does work about D, so that might be a good way to do it. Because the features themselves, I think a lot of people don't see what's special about it, but it's the way they come together. And so for that, probably seeing people develop real code, doing something cool, obviously, because otherwise, if the project isn't cool, nobody's going to care. Sort of.
Mike Shaw says, I think seeing recordings of folks building D tutorials is incredibly useful. And he knows what he's talking about because he's doing that himself on his own YouTube channel. And I've been pointing people in that direction lately. So, yeah.
Also, you know, videos don't have to be very long. I mean, how long are the shorts?
The shorts, a few seconds, I think. Yeah, these are just blurbs. YouTube shorts are just, you know, click.
Okay, there we
click
go.
it and view it. Yeah. And
not a major investment in time.
And even I think normal YouTube videos shouldn't be that long. You know, it's like I think what Brian did with his workshop is just right. You know, it's 15 videos and it sounds like a lot, but it's, you know, each video is only between 9 to 20 minutes long. You know, 20 minutes is the high end. There's only a couple of them that long, and you know, most of them are around 10 to 15. Dennis is doing a series of tutorials for us for our YouTube channel on contributing to DMD, and his videos are short. That's his target. My target for the tutorials I'm going to be doing is short. So yeah, I think that's the way you do it these days. I think the time for, you know, 40, 50-minute tutorials is long. I see something on YouTube. I tell you what, I had a hard time coming around to video tutorials. I was a blog post kind of guy, you know, when I was learning to program, and I just didn't get how people could sit in front of a video and watch people code. But I have completely come around on that. I'm totally sold. But if I see a video that's like an hour long or an hour and a half long, I just skip right by it. So I think it's, you know, shorter running time is much better here.
Well, I reach for the double speed button on the YouTube.
Yeah. We have a question here from Dennis. For Walter, how do you find a function definition in your editor, Micro Emacs, since it doesn't have a smart go-to definition? Some languages have a fin or def keyword to grep, but D doesn't.
Okay, how I find it is I open another window and I type, let's see, ME, which is my editor, space, backtick, grep -L, function name, star.d, backtick.
In other words, prehistoric stuff.
Prehistoric, yep. And what it does is it passes a list of files that have hits on that to my editor, and then I, you know, just search using the editor. And my editor will, you know, highlight all the searches it finds, which is convenient. So that's what I do.
I do this, meta dot. I'm there.
Yeah, well, I keep thinking I need to add that capability to my editor, but, you know, it's better that I work on D than working on my editor.
Dennis has a follow-up. He says, doesn't that find call sites?
Yes, finds both.
Okay, guys, we're getting up. I probably should have called it already to give me an Adam time to give Adam and I time to set up the live stream for his live coding session. But that's going to have to be our last question. Any closing thoughts? Anything you want to say before we leave, guys?
Well, I'm really enjoying this, and glad to be able to talk to everyone out there. And keep programming in D. It's the best language ever.
I'm gonna repeat what I did at the end of mine. D rocks.
Yeah. Yeah. Or as Robert says, D is the best language. Yeah. And Steve made the point that young people probably. Let me see what he said again here. A lot of young people use video tutorials for things they are unfamiliar with. I agree.
Yeah,
I think
they
that's.
don't read anymore.
Yeah.
If it's not on video, they're not interested.
And that's where we need to be directing our attention to bring people in, I think, because they're going to be with us a long time. All right, picking a winner. Oh, yeah. Got to add the file extension. Okay, Alexander, congratulations. You have won a pick of swag items in our swag emporium. So you didn't email me, so I don't know how to contact you. So I'm going to post it's Q&A@dlang.org. Send me an email there. Let me know that this is you, and I'll tell you how to proceed in getting a free item from our swag store. And everybody else, thanks for joining me here in the live stream today. We'll be back here tomorrow at the same time, 13:45 UTC is when it kicks off. Walter will be here. Yes, I'm going to get there, Adam. Walter will be here at 1400 UTC for his talk. Well, he'll be here at 5 minutes before his talk starts at 1400. It's a interesting video this time, a little not normal for Walter.
Not normal, yeah.
No. I mean, I'm not saying it's not normal. It's not normal for
I've
you.
never been normal, Mike.
It was a good video. And in a few minutes at 15 after, we have a separate live stream for Adam's live coding session. The link is at dconf.org in the description of Adam's session. I will post the link here in the live stream chat right now. And as soon as I closed this earlier. Here we go, live coding session. And this should be Adam's live stream. And he'll be up in about 15 minutes. So thanks again for joining, everybody. See you all tomorrow. Adam, I'll see you very shortly. Good day, everyone.
Okay, bye, guys.